Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 4 of our Pond Inlet public hearing. Normal housekeeping, review of the exits, 1 on the right, 2 on the left. They haven't changed. Washrooms are still in the same place. Snacks, food, please help yourself. We are a little behind in the agenda, so we really need to be respectful that everyone gets their time today. We still have the Government of Nunavut. Well, we have to finish with the Government of Canada and then the Government of Nunavut. And we are going to be moving Baffinland to present after the Government of Nunavut, then the Nunavut Water Board, Nunavut Marine Council, and the World Wildlife Fund. So we need to be respectful that we hear from all the organizations today. And then after that, we'll do our closing remarks. So with that, Mr. Chair, first up is the Government of Canada finishing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll resume from last night with presenters. Terry, would you like to start?
Thank
you, Chair.
Terry Audla. Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs, Canada.
I am still available for questions, and I will do my best to answer your questions. And we'll resume from yesterday. We had last presenter was Paul Crowley. He's a lawyer. We have worked with us over the years with QIA. He was instrumental in dog sled slaughtering some years back. And we have him assisted us with that program. He's a good friend. And at these proceedings, we appear to have disagreements, but that's standard. We all live for Nunavut, and we all have to work together. And as a result of dialogues, everything usually works very well. And we are trying to find ways to have this process to progress smoothly. And you had questions last night.
The Nunavut land use plan it's close to final draft form. It's very new. It's Nunavut wide. It's a daunting and a huge undertaking, and I commend the Nunavut Planning Commission for the work done to date. It's going to be historical once it's been finalized and approved on a global scale. There's nothing like it. It is proposing significant measures for protection. These measures will have impacts on economic development opportunities for Nunavummiut, but this is okay. The protections are needed to protect caribou and wildlife that the Inuit depend on. This is at the core of everything we've heard from the communities. The Government of Canada supports the protection and has 2 exceptions. First, Inuit-owned lands, we want the designated Inuit organizations in Inuit to decide how the Nunavut land use applies to Inuit-owned lands. we see this as an important step in self-determination, self-reliance. Secondly, the existing rights, we want to see existing mineral tenures not to be restricted by the Nunavut Land Use Plan, recognizing other regulatory requirements that are quite robust will still apply. And just for context, this represents about 4% of the limited use being proposed by the Nunavut Planning Commission. So it's a relatively small area, and we are aware of some existing rights right now that are going to be in potentially potential protected areas, conservation areas. Boothia Peninsula is a good example. But in those cases, I think everyone around the table knows and understands once a company comes in for exploration permits and or staking or whatever, there's a lot of work that needs to happen before anything becomes elevated or bigger. They have to prove up if there's any potential. And there's many steps along the way to get to that point. There are no floodgates being opened here, and at the same time, we do have necessary regulations and requirements every step of the way to ensure that if there's any need for expropriation of lands for the purposes of protecting the areas, that will apply those as well if need be to ensure conformity with the Nunavut Land Use Plan, but at the same time there are set procedures that need to be followed.
And that summarizes our presentation. Last night, before we stopped for the night, participants were asked to ask for questions. We are starting with registered participants, and they were on the agenda last night.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. First, before I start with questions, I just would like to say that yesterday I was reading from a letter dated June 30th, 2022, from the Government of Nunavut in the Nunavut Impact Review Board Public Registry, and I couldn't read my own writing very well, so I just would direct the Commission to that letter to get the exact and specific quotation. And then I do have some questions. With regards to just that, what we saw in what we've seen in the letter from the Government of Nunavut with regards to enforcing the conditions that have been imposed for caribou protection, I would like to ask the federal government if they have developed an overall enforcement plan, and if they have costed that plan to be able to ensure that conditions that are put in through the regulatory system to protect caribou will actually be implemented. Thank you.
Just before we go any further, please have your cell phones muted. It's mentioned every day, so we all should be aware to have the cell phones muted. Answers, please. Thank you, Chair.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Considering that this is a that we do enforcement inspections on a yearly basis, and considering that we were hit with the pandemic, COVID, in the past 2 or 3 years, it has slowed down some of the traveling that's involved, and we have received the concerns and the letter from the government of Nunavut in respect of that specific project in the Kivalliq. But for the purposes of expensing out for the purposes of caribou protection areas, this is where over and above what we annually budget for, there'd be discussions as well with the proponents that are involved with the added expenses with respect to their project and what's added to our workload as well when it comes to the proper inspections and enforcement aspects to it. But as it stands right now, there isn't anything written in the expense aspects of work plan towards increasing regulatory requirements within our budgeting cycle right now.
As Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your answer, Terry. Is there an expectation to put in a budget proposal to ensure that there'll be fulsome enforcement of the regulatory process both by the Government of Canada and to fund the Government of Nunavut across the whole territory? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Once the plan itself has been approved, that'll kickstart our process of costing out and looking at increased expenditures for the purposes of our regulatory requirements and enforcement. And at that point, we'll probably be going through that exercise of building our business case and ensuring that that we are covering all the requirements that stem from an approved land use plan.
Further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Can the federal government inform the Commission and the people here today of the success it has had in Nunavut with a method of having the companies do their own enforcement or essentially paying for their elements of the regulatory process? Again, I point to 4 years of non-compliance in one mine.
Thank you, Chair. And the questioner, Terry.
Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. We don't necessarily do a cost recovery on or enforcement aspects of things from the proponent, but there are expectations of the proponent to also self-monitor. And then when it's involving Inuit-owned lands and Inuit impacts and benefits agreements, there are elements of that as well within the terms and conditions. As to the specific one where it's alleged that there was 4 years of non-compliance, we are currently looking at that and reviewing it and see what happened there. I'm not going to make any excuses for that company either. But at the same time, for our purposes of inspections and enforcement due to COVID, that could be a factor as well. But we will get to the bottom of it and find out more information on that issue of non-compliance that's been identified by the government of Nunavut.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I'd like to ask a question with regards to caribou now. In 2016, the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada recommended that barren land caribou be given a special attention. They noted that they are threatened. Considering that it is now over 6 years that the federal government has had this recommendation for action, what is the plan of the federal government to support caribou, and how does that plan overlap with this draft Nunavut land use plan? Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Yes, and that lies with Environment, Climate Change Canada. On the recent recommendation by the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada to designate all barren ground caribou as threatened as it relates to the Government of Canada's recommendations for the land use plan. Yes, the measures we are recommending to protect caribou have considered declines in caribou populations and encourage effective measures to ensure the successful conservation of the species. As to the status under COSWIC, the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada have assessed the barren ground caribou as threatened in 2016. The process is underway for a listing decision under Species at Risk Act. For the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, assess barren ground caribou, Government of Canada are following due process for species at risks. Listings in Nunavut that involves consultation with the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, the Keewatin Wildlife Board, and so on, the Kivalliq Inuit Association, prior to making a decision on listing for barren ground caribou. The Nunavut Land Use Plan could be one of many tools to manage the decline of barren ground caribou through mitigating and avoiding impacts to the caribou habitat. The Nunavut land claim itself process relates to the listing of barren ground caribou as threatened following the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board decision-making process. The Nunavut Wildlife Management Board has recently posted its final decision that it approves the listing of barren ground caribou as threatened under the Federal Species at Risk Act, with the condition that recovery planning be undertaken on a herd-by-herd basis. This Article 5 process in the Nunavut Agreement is now completed. Environment and Climate Change Canada will proceed with the next steps regarding potential listing. Until Governor and Council makes a listing decision, the species is not listed under the Federal Species at Risk Act. This final step can generally take up to 2 years or longer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Thank you, Terry, for that answer. Has the Government of Canada established evidence on how its position on grandfathering could affect the recovery of barren ground caribou?
Goeiemiddag, Ichivota. Maladarna Pesokto. Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. In my opening statement this morning, I did point out that roughly 4% of the area in question with respect to the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan and the limited use designation as it relates to caribou habitat protection and the existing tenure. I think right now I could count on maybe 1 or 2 hands the list of companies that may be implicated, but I did list out potential avenues of procedures that we may take with respect to establishing either limited use areas and or protected areas, and those proponents that may be implicated or impacted as it relates to each case-by-case analysis of where they are with respect to their tenure. We would look at the appropriate requirements to ensure that any designation that stems from the Nunavut Land Use Plan is one that will determine steps for each individual proponent that may be implicated. As it stands right now, we are in the process of first taking the inventory of who may be implicated, but we're working towards first finalizing the plan itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Just so I understand, the Government of Canada is considering what it may do after the land use plan becomes finalized to ensure that limited use areas set aside for conservation would not be undermined by the grandfathering provisions that it is putting forth. Is that correct?
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. We'll first have to determine first the numbers of proponents that may be implicated. when these limited use designations have been established through finalizing the Nunavut.
Sorry, just hang on.
Yeah. Yeah, Huyan Namik, Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. As it stands right now, we would do it on a case-by-case basis, and the trigger would be the Nunavut land use plan finalization and looking at the limited use designation areas, and then determine from that point which ones are implicated. But as it stands right now, those ones that are either of existing tenure, due to the current regulatory process, there is minimal damage, for lack of a better term. It's more we do go on a continuing basis of monitoring and enforcement, and as the questioner had pointed out, that issue in Kivalliq on 4-year non-compliance, we are looking into that right now. And then for all other existing projects that are out there, that will look at them on a case-by-case basis as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I'm a bit bewildered by this answer. First, I'll point out an example of sister community here, Taloqiwak, where, as we heard in Cambridge Bay, they've been trying to protect the Boothia Peninsulas, they say, since 1972. I was a very young man in 1972, so I don't know. I know they have been working actively to protect it in the last few years as well. Last year, with the online system, new mineral rights were acquired within the Boothia Peninsula that go against what the community wants. Under the proposal of the federal government to allow all existing rights to be grandfathered, you would have to, the federal government, if I understand correctly, would look at that and then consider what tools may be available to it, including expropriation. It seems to me that by allowing further rights to be acquired in areas that have clearly been identified as limited use for the purpose of conservation, the federal government is taking a plan to spend a lot of taxpayer money to pay off mining companies, and yet has yet to develop a budget. Okay. Okay. So, as I was saying, by allowing rights to be grandfathered but then considering their expropriation, creating uncertainty in terms of mining investment in that fashion by dealing with things on a case-by-case basis, and also setting up for an expensive expenditure of public money, while at the same time they have not yet developed a budget and set aside monies for increased enforcement. If someone at the government table could explain this logic to me, I think, well, I know I'd be appreciative, perhaps others would as well.
Terry Audla, Crowd Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. The one thing that I want to clear up for the record is that new mineral tenure was not issued on the Boothia Peninsula. Existing mineral claims were converted to grid-based claims when Nunavut map selection launched. So in that transitioning, they were shown as being newly issued, but they were pre-existing. In respect of the process of how it will be handled based on community wants and aspirations to establish a protected area. Right now, they're in the middle of discussions with Environment and Climate Change Canada, as well as the Nunavut Incorporated and Khitilmut Inuit Association, as to whether an Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement will be applied. And throughout the whole exercise of going through that, we will be looking at any existing tenure and what the appropriate steps would be to work with what the community wants. Maybe if I can have, with permission from the chair, Spencer Dewar add to that response, because it's not necessarily a clear-cut process, and Mr. Dewar has worked within the sort of the regulatory and enforcement aspect side of things to clarify, I guess, some elements of what may happen.
Quanamique, Mr. Chair, Spencer Dewar, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. Hopefully I can provide some clarity on how the existing mineral tenure would be applied. So mineral tenure is sort of a right, and it's just a right to the subsurface minerals. It's administrative in nature, and it doesn't allow for any activity to occur. If a proponent is to secure mineral tenure, they would need to come up with a plan or a program or an application to apply to go conduct activities on the land. Now that would have to go before the Planning Commission to see if it conforms. And if it did conform, it could go to the Nunavut Impact Review Board, and the Nunavut Impact Review Board would assess the potential impacts. These are public processes, and during these processes, community members would be engaged, regional Inuit associations would be engaged, the government of Nunavut would be engaged, and so would many departments within the federal government. I hope that clarifies that what mineral tenure is and how it isn't necessarily an activity that would have impacts on the land. I would also like to maybe explain a little bit about the statement regarding financial planning for inspections. As we review the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, we do look at it through the view of what impacts it would have on our inspection field operations unit. If it's going to require additional inspection and enforcement capacity, we look to see down the road what that could and would be. But our planning is done on an annual basis. So the fact that we're not planning for it this year or next year even is not unnormal. We would plan for what we need to do our inspections on a yearly basis. Time up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. In talking to negotiators of the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, my understanding is that the land use plan, as been stated by many, including the Government of Canada, is a kind of a foundation piece of the regulatory system that would allow Inuit to have say and control over what happens on the lands within Nunavut. Except for the creation of parks, which often takes a very long time. In the case of Tadluruk-Tiutumanga, it was over 30 years and it still hasn't come finally to an end. Is the Government of Canada aware of any other way for Inuit to create no-go zones on areas that they think need to be protected, for instance, for food security, like calving grounds or calving areas for whales? To my knowledge, the only effective or the most effective and efficient way of creating no-go zones is through the land use plan. Does the Government of Canada see this differently?
Mulatan Secretary Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs, Canada. When Inuit don't want anyone, be it cruise ships, be it other land users, exploration companies or what have you, I'll use walrus haulouts as an example. And as it relates to, say, aircraft or aerial setbacks, we don't have, as Government of Canada, any issues with that. But we do want to work with the Inuit to truly understand which areas are actual no-go zones. And then we'll work with the Inuit, with Nunavut Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations to establish those areas of high concern to protect either the walrus haulouts or marine areas. I know and understand that Parks Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, and the whole process of trying to establish any conservation area can be a lengthy process. But there are requirements under the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement that have to be followed and met, stemming from the Land Claim Agreement. Establishment of the partnership with the Inuit on negotiating an Inuit impacts and benefits agreement as an example. And then ensuring that areas that are considered no-go zones are being respected and are being enforced and are being monitored in some form. And yes, I agree that sometimes it could be a lengthy process when you look at the Tadluruk-Tiutumanga as an example. But it's slowly but surely. And it's something that we hold in high regard as well as the government of Canada. It's just a matter of how we get there and how we get everyone at the table that do have legitimate concerns and want to bring value to the discussions as well. So I'll answer it in that manner for now. And I can always have side discussions as well with Mr. Crowley as well.
Thank you. Go ahead now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So for a community to establish an area, let's say for protection of caribou calving or post-calving, freshwater crossings, migratory corridors, the only way to do so, besides creating a park, which is not practical, is through the land use plan zoning. Relying on the rest of the regulatory system, like the Nunavut Impact Review Board, allowing them to look that part, by the time that part of the regulatory system is in place, mineral exploration is possible in that area. The Nunavut Impact Review Board, to my knowledge, during my life in Nunavut, almost 30 years now, has only once refused an exploration camp. That was in 2007 in the Kavalik region, where they felt that with a rush, a mineral exploration rush, a tipping point had been reached. So the land use plan serves the purpose of allowing Inuit to establish areas where they don't want to see exploration. Unless the land use plan is in place and in force, it then goes to the next level of the regulatory system, which is the Nunavut Impact Review Board, which can set conditions for work, but only once, to my knowledge, has said you cannot do that at all. So, rights acquired online, then move to the requirement to work those rights, which then typically has a camp. And that is done without consultation ahead of time with communities. Only after our communities consulted on how that camp or that exploration can occur. It does not stop it from happening. I would be pleased if the federal government could correct me on this, but that is my understanding of how the regulatory process works. Is there any other way for the communities to be able to ensure that no exploration that can then lead to further development occurs on certain parcels of land beyond creating a park? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and respond.
Thank you,
Mr. And the questioner.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. As I mentioned when I first started my presentation, there are a bunch of Government of Canada employees that are listening in on the live stream and are providing feedback as we go with respect to the questions. So I'm looking at a lot of the information that's coming my way to respond to Mr. Crowley's questions. Canada right now is in negotiations for establishing new protected areas. In example, in the Hikirtani and Sanirayak area, as well as Government Canada is funding capacity to Inuit to advance their request in the protected area for the Boothia with Dalotwilk and the Gittermute Inuit Association. Marine protected areas and the Nunavut land use plan, how they relate, and the wildlife areas that are being proposed, the migratory bird sanctuaries, territorial parks, and under Article 9, when you look at conservation areas, when established under legislation, they may include either a national wildlife area, a migratory bird sanctuaries, international biological program, ecological sites, man and the biosphere reserves, World Heritage Convention, natural and cultural sites, wildlife sanctuaries, critical wildlife areas, national historic sites, national historic parks, wetlands of international importance for waterfowl, Canadian landmarks, Canadian heritage rivers, historic places, and other areas of particular significance for ecological, cultural, archaeological, research, and similar reasons. So in going back to my earlier response of if Inuit wanted to protect an area and have a no-go zone, there are mechanisms in place to ensure that happens, and that when we're working towards that all the T's are crossed, I's dotted, to ensure that that what is requested by the communities and the Inuit is being carried out, and is being carried out in a manner that is fair for all and that is open and accountable. A good example would be the Duvailjuituk, which was designated in August of 2019, and that's a marine protected area on the northern tip of Ellesmere. I'll use that one as an example, and it's something that that needed to happen, and it did happen on a pretty quick pace, but no one understand that this is all happening outside of a Nunavut land use plan, and what the Nunavut land use plan will do once established and finalized, it's going to be an extra tool for us as the Government of Canada to ensure that protected areas are going to happen. I know and understand where Mr. Crowley is coming from with respect to areas of concern that may have existing tenure, but there are mechanisms in place to ensure that everything will be carried out to ensure fairness, and that it's all open and accountable, and that the people that either have invested in the area to see about mineral potential, whether they have all dependent on how much they spend and where they are with respect to that tenure. But in most cases, if not all, a lot of them are in the administrative aspects of things, because it is very costly to try and actually step foot on the ground and do some delineation work and some actual exploration with respect to the potential. But I'll say it here that we do have mechanisms in place currently that ensure that what the Inuit want, as the case is in Delaware, that we provide first the funds to that community to start establishing and firming up the actual area that they want protected, in this case in the Boothia Peninsula, and to work with the Inuit organizations that may be impacted. So I'll respond in that manner for now. Get your vote down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Chair. Final question. I'm sure people are looking forward to not hearing my foghorn voice. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. In this administrative process, as it's been described, where the staking rights can be, online staking can happen, and then it goes into the rest of the regulatory process. Is there room for Inuit in that administrative process for rights to be refused right off the bat? Because as soon as they go into that administrative process, it means that those who've secured them can act on that administrative process. In fact, the law requires them to act on it. Is there room for Inuit to be part of that before it goes to a process that already concludes that that company can do the work in some fashion as per the regulators allow? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead and respond.
Terry Youdla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. As it stands right now, when you look at the Nunavut land claim in its entirety, and to keep things in context, I read the preamble in my opening statement, and there were areas that were of high enough value that Inuit opted to retain title to certain areas, hence Inuit-owned lands. And then the areas that were ceded were the current Crown lands. So Inuit became title holders of lands within the Nunavut settlement area, but also ceded lands that would remain Crown. So on the question of Crown lands, when it comes to the administrative exercise of stake claims, being that it's administrative, the Inuit aren't necessarily involved in that process, but they also have their own process of doing similar exercises on Inuit-owned lands as well. But if it hasn't been withdrawn, then it is open for staking. So in that aspect, it's a free-based system. So anyone that has access to a laptop can look at the map of Nunavut, see areas that may be potentially open for staking, then they can stake it and go through that system that we provide as the government of Canada. And then if there's going to be any next steps, then that's where it triggers a bunch of things that stems from the Nunavut Land Claim, the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Planning Commission, and all of that. So we need to kind of keep things in context of what happens throughout that whole process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So I guess the short answer is no. So reliance on zoning in the land use plan and the land use plan coming into force is extremely important. And as was said by some at this table, including Larry, it needs to happen quickly. There's no other way for Inuit to say no to exploration happening on lands that they believe, Crown lands, they believe are important. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll end it there.
Thank you. That was mostly a statement. And our staff's questions had been asked already. We don't have any more questions. We have names. Joshua had wanted to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we were listening to, Paul Crowley's statements. In the past, the projects that were dealt with, they were explained and written down as calving grounds. Joshua Load from the Hamlet, I apologize. Some calving areas that we've written down, that we've marked, that we want protected further. We will be drafting them on Friday. The area that is now being mined is, this land is near the part of land that is being mined now, and I will ask about it to the GN and federal government. And if this land was grandfathered from the past, the lands we're trying to protect, will we have any strength to try and get these lands protected? Or even if we do make lands as value components, but as pretty much was said, if the federal government wants to do something else on that land, then they can go ahead and do it, like, for example, like they did with Baffinland, I guess. And we wouldn't have much opportunity to protect those lands. So I'm asking if those lands are grandfathered, or if they were not. If they are not grandfathered, do we and the Nunavut Planning Commission still have the opportunity to say no exploration on these lands and that they need protected? Yeah, so I want clarification on this matter from you guys. And if the committee members were told what we just heard, I'm sure they would want to be informed about these matters, especially with regard to caribou calving grounds. Like, I seem to understand that if the federal government wants to do a project on land, they can rezone that land. Thank you. Go ahead and respond.
Yeah. Thank
you, Mr. Chair. And
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
The mining company working at Mary River. How did you call it? Grandfathered? And this is just an example of whether they're going through that system. Right now they're not.
The grandfathered aspect of the proponent at Mary River has been long past. Now we're going through the actual regulatory process.
Just as an example.
As an example, Phase 2, that's going through that process that's already been established through the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. The project itself, I think everyone around Pond Inlet knows the actual discovery was back in 1950 or around then. And then we went through the 60s, the 70s, 80s, and then the 90s is when things started to pick up. When they were negotiating the land claim at the time, it was considered a grandfathered right at the time. So what happened then was the company, not this company, but the one company before that or two, was asked during negotiations, do you want these rights grandfathered in the sense that Crown or Government of Canada would maintain its regulatory process with respect to its current permits and leases, or do you want that transferred over to the new landowners, in this case, Khikirtani Inuit Association and Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated for the subsurface aspect. That area in question is both covered by Inuit subsurface and Inuit surface. So almost in its entirety, the project is on Inuit-owned lands. So back then, the grandfathered aspect was at play. But today, it's not necessarily so, based on the fact that we've gone beyond that and are now into the actual regulatory process. So case in point, Phase 2, the Nunavut Impact Review Board has come to the community, gathered all the information and the concerns that were brought forward, and then at that point, then the minister will be making a decision, and that probably won't be till late November or so. But to summarize, the grandfathered aspect is not a factor.
Thank you. And Jonathan was going to add to your statement. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. It's been brought to my attention that Joshua's question was in part directed at the Nunavut Planning Commission. So I'd just like to overview the current approach in the draft plan and how it relates to the preservation of existing rights and the identification of additional areas through the current consultations. So as we've indicated, the 2021 draft plan proposes a new approach where the Commission has recognized projects with existing rights according to certain criteria that we outlined on day one, and provided special exemptions from any prohibitions in the draft plan on these specific areas. So within the 2021 draft plan, the extent of existing rights associated with the Mary River project that happen to overlap with proposed limited use areas are identified in Appendix A, and on those specific parcels of land, the prohibitions on mineral exploration and development would not apply. This approach is in the draft plan, and the Commission is hearing a lot of feedback on that approach. I note that everything will need to be reconsidered following the close of the record, including any additional limited use areas that may be identified and considered by community participants and others in the planning process. So in addition to reconsidering the appropriateness of existing limited use areas in the current draft plan and any new areas that may be proposed, the Commission will also need to reconsider the extent of existing mineral rights, both in terms of overlap with any new areas and an evaluation or consideration of whether to include any additional mineral rights that may have been granted since the spring of 2021 when the current draft plan was prepared. It's our understanding that the Government of Canada is proposing that any additional mineral tenure that may be granted since the spring of 2021 up until the approval of the land use plan also be included with whatever approach is chosen for the treatment of existing rights in the recommended Nunavut land use plan. So I'm not sure if that completely answers the question, but I'll stop there and see if there's any follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Joshua? Yes, thank you. Joshua Lodehammer. If I understand, we still have the opportunity to deal with these lands under a non-grandfathered situation, and perhaps we would inform, we would probably inform Jonathan Savoy, or if we meet with him, on how we can deal with these matters. Thank you. And Charlie has a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm from the HDO and Pond Inlet, and we understand the statements that are being made, and it's getting pretty exciting here. I wrote down many things, but I have two main questions, Mr. Chair, for the federales. I will state this. Recently, this actual work just began recently. Although they have been mining for a while now, research was not really being conducted, well, probably not through the federal government and DFO. The federal government, first of all, we're looking for, from they went to heaven, and they were looking for minerals in Nunavut. And so when they did find minerals, our great leader delegated the matter to actually research. And so ships began carrying oil, gas, and they even brought a whole bunch to neat. They took the gas, oil to the lake, and they brought a whole lot of fuel up here. You had brought up a whole lot of fuel up here. And they were doing field research through helicopter. Nobody told us about these. We didn't know about them. And all those have been off finished. There were many helicopters there. And in your and in the Parliament Hill, I have a great run down there. the research center in Cambridge Bay was slated to have been built in Pond Inlet, but it was relocated to Cambridge Bay. And there's some leftovers, I guess, in the community of Pond Inlet. So these researchers or exploration teams inside Parliament was told, they said that they're all for all these things, all these requests from companies, organizations, all these applications for a Nunavut. There were so many of them. They thought, okay, let there be a smart leader who understands what's happening with the North, and that's what they were talking about. But I don't know if they have gone through with that. And I understand there were a lot of projects being handed out. And you're looking at all these applications, so my first question, exploration will keep going, and it's still going on. All these helicopters and people hiking the lands, we haven't heard about them at all. So my question is, how exactly have these exploration people have been dealt with? We're allowed to come here. Do you want to go ahead and respond? Go ahead.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. And the questioner.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. If I'm not mistaken, the question is in respect of the Canadian High Arctic Research Station and research activities that may be coming and proposed areas of research.
Are you asking about researchers and research, and when many of them come to Nunavut? Are you asking about research into?
I think some of the main question was, have there been any result of the exploration that had happened during from your department, I guess, and he want to hear if there have been any results from people going on a helicopter, going on land, walking on land, exploring the area. That's how I understood the question.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. When there are many different types of exploration or research, some of them are geared towards mineral exploration. I can't say exactly how many people are doing exploration, but I can get back to you with an answer. And I can go through Nunavut Research Institute. They're the organization for research, and there's an office in Cambridge Bay. And from the federal government organizations, they call it geoscience, or I'm not sure exactly what they're called. Or exactly what the minerals that can be made to profit from in Nunavut are. I could answer your question, but I don't have that information right now. I'm not sure what the information is like now, too. Thank you. Are you done? Do you want to ask another question? I'm glad you guys are in town. Part of my question, I believe you're responsible also for research. Well, they've been mining for 5 years now at Air River. And they deal with environmental issues too at the same time, and they've never explained exactly how much they have impacted the land around Pond Inlet. They're pretty close to Pond Inlet. The mine is pretty close to Pond Inlet. My question, just recently, it has been actually been researched and looked into, and in the past nobody had said anything before. It was only the Pond Inlet HTO hunters when they tried to explain what was happening, and they started showing images, for example, seal breathing holes, red with dust, and even seals having coated with dust. You see all the land being coated with dust, red dust, especially if it's been windy. And it has now taken on a characteristic that it did not have before. The community, Pond Inlet hunters worked very hard to get things going. They even went on CBC radio. All this research is delayed. And research needs to catch up. Last year, a hunter explained that during the summer down, that they saw a huge land mass floating, and there was something dead there, and he showed the picture. It was there was a dead eider and a dead seal. The researchers did not find these at all, and it was the hunters that found them. And last year I killed a seal. The seal I was going to, but I just performed a coup de grace because it was blind. It had cataracts in its eyes, and it would die poor shallow dives, and I had no choice but to kill it. It was skinny too. I didn't even check to see the condition of its body, but I could see that it was blind. It was a young seal. We have all these issues that need researching, and to talk about this, I'm glad that we're discussing caribou, but we're not discussing marine wildlife at all. In the waters of there used to be a lot of birthing in Eclipse Sound, right from in front of the community up to Milne Inlet. The hunters have seen many narwhal giving birth, and we call the young narwhal Ogia. This was a major birthing area. If we divided up the narwhal into different demographics, the bulls would be on somewhere else, and the people who are at home, the hunters who have cabins, the huge ships pass right by them, and they're very close, and they're going to the other side. When this is happening daily, nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about this. the federal government or the government QI don't talk about this. It's only the community members of Panin who talk about this. And they're saying that these matters should be researched. We don't tell lies about things. We want something done about this now. The its peoples to this matter be food security, because of them. It has huge impacts to our food. So I delegate this matter that NERV needs to deal with this matter even more. We're not talking about them here. We're not discussing marine wildlife. We did a little bit in the beginning with respect to the birthing areas. In the past, we have so many young seals, seal pups, and a lot of men used to hunt the baby seals, and they thought the baby seals were delicious. And there's not a lot of these anymore today. And they're not doing enough research here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was mostly a statement, and we are listening to your statements and here for consultation. They are writing down your statements and recording your statements, and your statements will be taken into consideration. But that was not so much a question. Nishina had a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nishina Nagmoto, HTO. If you don't mind, I would like to ask a question to NPC. Go ahead. We had heard that this planning will end in January 10. Is there a way we can delay the deadline? That's my first question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. At this time, the Commission has set the close of the record to be January 10th of 2023 and has not considered extensions to that deadline. So recognizing the process has been ongoing for 15 years, the Commission is interested in closing the record and revising the plan as soon as possible. Thank you.
And I'll have a question for the federal government, and I'll have a short statement. As the question I asked about that was, some of the communities have just heard this, and we're just starting to work on this, and organizations like QIA, NTI, Environment, DFO, I do have a lot of questions for them now and with NPC, and we don't have a lot of time to meet with you guys, and we do feel like we have questions to these organizations, and these organizations may be invited to some communities, and there will be another hearing in Iqaluit next month. We committee members wish to ask questions, but there's not a lot of time in 2 months. And matters being worked on by federal government within Nunavut, none of them have been explained to us, and we will need them to be explained. For example, mining, gold mining, oil exploration, regardless if it's terrestrial or marine. I don't think the federal government has done any of these, or from the Nunavut government. Some of them are not even in the agreement. We have all these questions, and NPC only has a short deadline, and that was why I asked if we could get an extension. And when will be? And my question is, when will the next hearing be?
Sharon Halwak, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. Thank you for the question. The next hearing is in 2 weeks in Iqaluit, and that's the final hearing. And with regards to the extension, no, there will be no extension. The closing date is the 10th of January. The process has been going on for over 20 years, and we've heard very clearly from Nunavut Mute they want a land use plan, and the Commission has been committed and remains committed as directed by the Commissioners that a plan will be put forward in the spring of 2023, and it is a first-generation plan. We all recognize that the plan can be changed and amended, but it is a living document, and the need for getting the land use plan in place is part of an outstanding implementation of the Nunavut Agreement. So that the final hearing is in Iqaluit, and you do have until the 10th of January for submissions. Thank you.
My question was, after Iqaluit hearing, when is the next hearing for the other communities after that?
Yep, wait for your turn. Explain your name and organization. Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Halwak, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. The Iqaluit public hearing is the final of the 5 public hearings. We've held a hearing in Cambridge Bay for the Kitikmeot region, in Rankin Inlet for the Kivalliq region. We've held one in Thompson, Manitoba for the Athabasca Dene, and we're holding the hearing here for this area, the Baffin, and then South Baffin is the final hearing in 2 weeks in Iqaluit. So that is the last public hearing in the process. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. State your name and organization. Thank you, Mr. Chair. National HTO, Side River. I've not been a committee member for too long. I get very warm. My mind starts thinking really fast. Get my questions fixed up, and then when I say something, they come out wrong. I will be replaced in my position. I'm not very good about land research and such. I've never even read our agreements before. The reason I asked about that was because these matters will come up. Nunavut is the newest territory in the world, and all these, and they will be asking about all these minerals, oil exploration. So the reason I asked about whether we can get an extension, and it doesn't sound like there'll be another hearing after the one in Iqaluit. The things we have not planned for in our community that will be used to benefit our community. Some of them benefits won't benefit the communities. We as Inuit, we have very limited education. We don't know anything. We don't even know if we have Inuit who went to school for oil exploration. I don't know anybody who can do cleanups other than Coast Guard. They don't always stay up here. And fuel spills can cause so much damage further away than terrestrial pollution can, and you can hurt more wildlife. And it was said that marine wildlife aren't really being discussed other than caribou. The wildlife we have are food, and if the oil exploration companies want to come up, these negative impacts issues will keep coming up. And like, you can have icebergs and wind that can cause problems, and they don't discuss icebergs a lot. We get huge icebergs in our community, and one tugboat would not be able to stop an iceberg if it was coming. It would take many tugboats, and nobody seems to bring these matters up. And we do get huge icebergs once in a while, not just icebergs. And the wildlife like seals, walrus, narwhal. There are other wildlife like bottom dwellers and in between. Nobody discusses those wildlife. There are many wildlife that can be impacted in our homes. Some of them are foods and some of them are not necessarily what we eat. And we have very little planned in our communities for the future. I don't think I have much to say. I'm starting to shake. Thank you. Thank you. That was mostly a statement. Do you want to respond to that? And make it short. And to remind everyone, if you're going to have a question, try and make it short. Go ahead, Terry. And make your response short. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the questioner.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Just know that January 10 is sort of a date for any closing of receiving record for the purposes of preparing the draft, final draft. But our work continues. It's not going to stop. We will be visiting communities on an ongoing basis, not only in the context of the Nunavut Land Use Plan, when it comes out, when it becomes approved. I'm not going to speak for the Planning Commission, but I'm pretty sure that once it's been approved, that there'll be a rollout of the document, and that there will be follow-up to the communities, and then the communities will also have opportunity to continue to bring out their concerns, and we will be listening. And at the same time, we will always be listening so that any community concerns, aspirations are being worked towards and strive for. So, Nainao Lagu Inuktitut.
I'll make it brief in Inuktitut. We will keep listening to you, and we will keep doing what we're doing, and we will always try and go to the communities for consultation and to look at the guides, laws, and how our operations can improve. It's obvious that some of the communities don't see all the information from federal government or researchers, whoever, but we ourselves can't go on by ourselves. We need to hear what's happening in the communities, how we can improve things. And Charlie had said, please note that we're still trying to plan. We still have room for. We still have ways of looking at how we can include that Bonnet HTO, and this matter had been planned before, but COVID-19 had delayed these matters. It will go ahead if you're still open for communications meetings. And please note that we will be getting back to you on how we can go ahead on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Last name on my list, Naaman. Make your question short so others can have an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naaman HTO Inlet. I want to ask the Planning Commission first two questions. And I will have two questions to the federal government organizations, if that's okay. Yep, go ahead. Nishana asked about whether you would hold another hearing, and you said this hearing will be the last one. Once the laws are in place, will the new Planning Commission function no more?
Sharon Hallowack, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. Thank you for your question. The Nunavut Planning Commission is an institute of public government which will continue on. The plan is a living document, and as you've heard through the process, once the plan is approved, the plan then will be implemented and monitored. That's the task of the Commission, as well as others, for monitoring and compliance within the legislation of the land use plan. And going forward, the plan is a living document, so the Commission will always be here. And the document will be reviewed at a minimum of 7 to 10 years, whatever is decided on. But no, the Planning Commission will always be here. And you will always have an opportunity to give data or request amendments once the plan is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead with your other question. And thank you, Terry, for your statements, and they'll be very useful to us and for our future. You answered part of the question regarding research, that the HUO will be taking part in the research. I want to ask the recommendations you will give to the Planning Commission, the research, for example, environmental research. If we were to look at them, Baffinland have their own researchers that work for Baffinland, and they only report to Baffinland. They don't show us their reports. And independent Baffinland, non-Baffinland, and contractors, if they could have researchers, would be good, and the truth would come out. There may be openings in the future for mining companies. The Inuit who will be impacted won't have a harder time. They will be just shoved aside, and people will be able to pay attention to them. Can independent monitoring be a part of it that you can delegate to the Planning Commission? And the other item, exploration for minerals or other money-making products. The NERB are the hunters too here in Nunavut and in Baffin Island. Can you include them in your recommendations to the Planning Commission? Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead and respond, Terry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the questioner.
Yeah, Dan, how is ang maintain?
If the research needed changing, if it needed changing as per NPC's plans, how we could work on that, that will be looked on later on. But as I said earlier, we have began planning the federal government's researchers to include them with the MHTO or employees, how they could be included in the research. And other environmental groups that have the Nunavut Nipaka Board, the QIA also, how they can get theirs, how they can get the research properly. Yep, there mining companies do their own research. Thank you.
Sometimes they say, yeah.
Yep, we do have translators.
Yeah,
so.
I was just going to go on the self-check, self-monitoring aspect of things. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the reminder. It's different from what I was saying in Inuktitut. But as for the English aspects of things, there are requirements for the company to monitor and to be able to provide the information when they do their self-monitoring, which feeds into the overall monitoring that's required of the project. So that's part of my response. With respect to the actual process and regulatory aspects, that's not necessarily going to be in the plan itself or in our submission, but it is something that we will be working with, not only amongst ourselves, but with the stakeholders, Hikiltan Inuit Association, the Miti Matalik Hunters and Trappers Organization, and see what we can do to make the monitoring more meaningful and better. So we'll be reaching out to you guys as well. How you, just so you're aware.
Yep, thank you for your response, Terry, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any more names on our list, and thank you for this group. And the GM will begin. We will take a 5-minute break.
please proceed. Start.
Hello, my name is Henry Coleman, Assistant Deputy Minister for the Department of Environment, Government of Nunavut. Today it is my privilege to speak for the entire Government of Nunavut. Thank you to the Nunavut Planning Commission for the opportunity to present today, as well as the opportunity to listen to the thoughts of Nunavummiut and others regarding the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. I'd like to start by acknowledging the hard work done by the Commission and their staff for reaching the hearings for the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. We would also like to thank the community delegates, hunters and trappers organizations, and other planning partners for their ongoing participation in the planning process. Lastly, this would not be possible without the support of the interpreters, caterers, and information technology support, and we thank you for your hard work supporting these meetings. Today, I'm joined by Daniel Haney, Manager, Land Use Environmental Assessment for the Department of Environment, Michelle LeBlanc-Cavard, Director of Environmental Protection, Department of Environment, Eamon Carroll, Legal Counsel, Department of Justice, Diane Lapierre, Manager, Environmental Assessment and Regulation for Economic Development and Transportation, and John Ringrose, Wildlife Biologist for the Baffin Region, Department of Environment. There are many Government of Nunavut experts and support staff from across departments who have contributed to the technical review of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, many of whom are here today or following the proceedings online. This review is the outcome of the collective work of all Government of Nunavut departments. We are going to provide an overview of the Government of Nunavut's technical review regarding the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. In the presentation, I will talk about the Government of Nunavut's role in this process, as well as the mandate that guides our participation. Following this, I will present the Government of Nunavut's technical review of the 2021 plan. Finally, I will conclude the presentation and we will be happy to answer any questions. The successful completion of the Nunavut Land Use Plan is an obligation under the Nunavut Agreement, Article 11, and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, Section 53, and is a priority for the Government of Nunavut. Once approved, the Nunavut Land Use Plan will guide and direct the territory's long-term vision for development and conservation. This is a monumental task for the Commission, requiring a balanced approach that is reflective of a range of views. No issue exemplifies the competing values of responsible economic development and environmental protection more than the draft plan's proposed designations for caribou habitat. This will therefore be a primary focus of the technical review portion of our presentation today. Katujuluta is the vision and overarching policy goal that will guide the Government of Nunavut's final review of the 2021 draft plan once it is submitted by the Commission. As a territory, the Government of Nunavut wants more communities to benefit from fishing, harvesting, and tourism, as well as increased Inuit employment in mining and mining-related sectors. The Nunavut Land Use Plan should balance responsible economic development as well as ensuring the development of critical infrastructure such as roads. Inuit Kaimaya Tokangit and its 8 principles are integral to the Government of Nunavut, and we believe that Inuit Kaimaya Tokangit is essential to the Commission and the Nunavut Land Use Plan. The plan and its vision should create the condition for traditional activities that have sustained Inuit for thousands of years, but also account for the responsible development of Nunavut's natural resources and diverse economic opportunities through increased employment and other investments. The Government of Nunavut employs a whole-of-government approach in our participation in land use planning. All departments in the Government of Nunavut contribute to the technical review and make recommendations to senior management. Government of Nunavut submissions to the Commission represent a unified voice. This slide brings us to the Government of Nunavut's technical review of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This map represents the important issues that drive the Nunavut Planning Commission to put zoning in place. It shows where land access restrictions have been proposed by the Commission and why. This slide shows the main priorities in which the Government of Nunavut has identified in relation to the draft plan. The Government of Nunavut recommends that there is a balance in the plan between environmental protection and responsible economic development. This includes both environmental stewardship as well as current and future economic opportunities. This is the first generation Nunavut Land Use Plan, and it will change in the future. The plan must therefore be appropriately scoped and avoid using extensive land use prohibitions. Lastly, municipal views require more explicit inclusion in the implementation of the plan to ensure that it is compatible with municipal plans. The Government of Nunavut's main comment is that the plan does not adequately balance environmental and economic goals. We understand that everyone may have a different understanding of what a balanced plan is. The Government of Nunavut sees a balanced plan as one where there is enough wildlife, such as caribou, to meet the dietary and cultural needs of Inuit regarding food sovereignty, and where there are diverse economic opportunities for Nunavummiut and the development of Nunavut's infrastructure, such as roads. This graph is a summary of land use designations proposed in the 2021 draft plan for the Nunavut settlement area organized by region. All limited use designations prohibit development activities, including quarrying, mining, oil and gas exploration. Limited use areas are 22% of the Nunavut settlement area as proposed in 2021. This is an increase from 16% proposed in the 2016 draft. This is broken down 22% in the Kivalliq region, 36% in the Kitikmeot region, and 17% in the Kikatani region. Limited use areas may affect some communities, such as those with closer proximity to known resource potential, or those with greater transportation and infrastructure potential. The 2021 plan states that an effective land use plan needs to achieve a balance between environmental, social, and economic needs and potential. One of the Government of Nunavut's primary assessment is that this balance has not yet been achieved. However, we do think that there is a path forward. To further explain the Government of Nunavut's position, this slide shows the mainland caribou herds and our understanding of their population trends. Caribou are important to Nunavut for many reasons. They are culturally significant, provide a good local source of food regarding food sovereignty, and support the economy. Sustainably managing caribou can guarantee that they will be a part of Nunavut into the future. Many herds are in decline and there is uncertainty of the causes. Communities have expressed their concern that something needs to be done, and the Commission has heard them. In the 2021 plan, the Commission has designated caribou calving and post-calving grounds, key access corridors, and freshwater crossings as limited use areas. This comes with year-round prohibitions. In the Government of Nunavut's assessment, an increase in limited use supports conservation, but does not support economic development adequately. We must consider the socio-economic implications of those protections. The Government of Nunavut generally supports the protection of critical caribou habitat through land use designations and has faith in the robust regulatory system in Nunavut to address impacts. In the Government of Nunavut's assessment, excessive limited use designations limit economic opportunity such as access to resources, infrastructure development, and community development goals and priorities. The Government of Nunavut therefore recommends that conditional use zoning with seasonal restrictions can better achieve a balance between these priorities. This slide shows the ranges in Baffin, Southampton, Mansell, and Coates Island caribou and has been developed by the Department of Environment in collaboration with co-management partners. The Department of Environment works closely with hunters and trappers organizations communities, and co-management partners to collect scientific data and Inuit Kayumayatukangi to monitor the health of caribou herds. Although there is a degree of uncertainty associated with caribou data, the government of Nunavut is confident that its delineations are accurate and is committed to continuously monitoring the accuracy of these areas. Lack of long-term telemetry data on Baffin Island caribou has made precise delineation of their calving grounds difficult. Where the government of Nunavut does not have sufficient scientific data to delineate caribou habitat, we rely on Inuit Kayumayatukangi. This slide helps to demonstrate the need for a balance to be struck. The population of Nunavut is growing. In the next 10 years, 10,000 young Nunavummiut will become adults who will need jobs. These youth will represent 1/5 of all Nunavummiut. This is shown on the graph on the right. Additionally, Nunavut has the highest unemployment rate in the country. A solution needs to be found to ensure that jobs are available for these young adults. The mining sector represents the largest private sector opportunity for employment in Nunavut and is a key part of making Nunavut self-sufficient. The government of Nunavut is also promoting other sectors related to fisheries and the traditional economy. The government of Nunavut's technical assessment has determined that the 2021 plan is too restrictive. The current plan prohibits mineral exploration in approximately 21% of the planning region. This map shows how mineral exploration activities in gray interact with land use planning designations. Large areas of Nunavut remain unsurveyed. As such, the mineral resource potential is unknown and holds considerable value. The limited use designation prohibits exploration work that is needed to properly understand the resource potential to make informed decisions on the acceptability of development. Few exploration projects develop into a full productive mine. That's about 1 in 1,000 in Nunavut. A plan that unduly limits exploration can therefore reduce the chance that a viable deposit is found. Nunavut is already considered a difficult area to develop. The government of Nunavut does not want to create additional barriers to potential opportunities. Exploration activity can be low impact and have flexible schedules. The exploration industry also makes significant investment contributions. There is a lack of infrastructure in Nunavut. However, the mining industry is a source of infrastructure development that can benefit the territory. For successful exploration projects, the government of Nunavut is an active participant in the territory's robust environmental assessment process led by the Nunavut Impact Review Board. As mentioned, Nunavut's unemployment rate is high and employment opportunities may be limited. The economic implications of the current draft plan are significant. Opportunities for Nunavut and its residents may be limited by prohibiting exploration and unduly restricting transportation or hydro, such as the Manitoba-Kivalliq, connections for both development and communities. Nunavut is home to an abundance of minerals and metals, including critical minerals for green technologies, as well as potential for significant oil and gas development. Post-evolution, the government of Nunavut will rely partly on revenue and royalties driven by economic opportunities, such as from resource development, to provide services to the territory. A restrictive plan limits the economic potential available. More consideration needs to be given to the socio-economic impacts of prohibitive land use designations. The territory's population and socio-economic needs are increasing. The Nunavut Land Use Plan should support development in a way to address both conservation and responsible development factors. The government of Nunavut's current assessment is that conditional use designation with seasonal restrictions for caribou calving and post-calving grounds, key access corridors, and freshwater crossings is appropriate to balance environmental and economic goals. This would create formalized protection during the most sensitive periods of the caribou life cycle, while allowing for a flexible case-by-case approach during the Nunavut Impact Review Board assessment. Further, the government of Nunavut supports seasonal restrictions up to and including seasonal phased shutdowns in these areas, and we have provided the critical timing windows for when caribou are present. The government of Nunavut does not consider large limited use areas to be desirable in this first generation plan. As a first generation territory-wide plan, the government of Nunavut recommends an incremental approach to land access restrictions. The government of Nunavut acknowledges that over time, more information and regional decisions may lead to amendments to make some areas more restrictive. The government of Nunavut recommends a red flag approach to identify areas of interest, concern, significance, and where competing interests exist and require greater scrutiny. As more information is known, the plan can be updated through periodic reviews and plan amendments. The government of Nunavut has identified that the Nunavut Land Use Plan is not compatible with community plans. In this slide, we can see examples of how limited use areas overlap with municipal boundaries. As per the Nunavut Agreement, the Nunavut Planning Commission must consider municipal views when developing land use plans. in addition to consulting the municipalities directly, their views are also found within community plans. For example, some communities have limited use zoning within them that conflicts with community plans, such as the prohibition on quarries in Kolokto. Future projects, before they reach the Commission, may conform to these plans and have community support. To address this, the Government of Nunavut recommends that a mechanism to recognize community views and priorities is included in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Nunavut Land Use Plan needs to account for the community plans within municipal boundaries. Community planning is central to the Commission's goal of building healthy communities and should therefore be reflective in Chapter 4 of the plan. To address these concerns, the Government of Nunavut recommends that the scope of minor variances be broadened so that projects that conform with community plans may be referred to the review board for screening, or a general exemption should be built into the plan if the project is in conformity with the community plan, or areas within municipal boundaries are zoned as mixed use. Another point to consider is the Grays Bay Port and road corridor, which is zoned as a valued component and overlaps with limited use areas that prohibit linear infrastructure. The Government of Nunavut is a supporter in principle of this project, and since other priority transportation corridors are supported by the plan, the Government of Nunavut recommends that the Grays Bay Port and road corridor as a project of interest should also be supported by the plan and zoned appropriately. The Government of Nunavut recommends that all existing rights should be protected and able to reasonably develop without a plan amendment. Some of Nunavut's existing mineral rights are not protected in the current draft plan. Stranded assets are existing rights surrounded by limited use areas, needing a plan amendment to access them. The surrounding limited use restrictions in these areas also impact the value of those existing rights. The Government of Nunavut recommends that the issue of stranded assets be addressed in the plan. Having access to clean drinking water is important and recognized by the Commission. Recently, several communities have had to draw water from their secondary sources. The Government of Nunavut has identified 2 secondary water sources outside municipal boundaries and has supplied them to the Commission. It is important that the identification of secondary drinking water sources does not unduly restrict other municipal goals, such as transportation and quarrying for aggregate resources. To balance drinking water with other municipal goals, the Government of Nunavut recommends that secondary drinking water sources beyond municipal boundaries be designated valued components. As part of its dual mandate in the Nunavut Land Use Plan, the Government of Nunavut has been asked by the Nunavut Planning Commission to confer with its co-signatories on certain issues. These meetings between the three signatories, the Government of Nunavut, the Government of Canada, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, are ongoing. As well as direct signatory meetings, all three signatories are also part of other ongoing negotiations. As part of devolution, some of what is currently federal lands will become Government of Nunavut lands. Additionally, all three signatories of the Land Use Plan are part of the ongoing treaty negotiations related to the Dene overlap area. All this work will continue for the Government of Nunavut throughout this process. The Government of Nunavut continually works with local hamlets on municipal land management. The Government of Nunavut wildlife officers and biologists work with hunter and trapper organizations to continually incorporate Inuit Kaimai and gather scientific data. The Government of Nunavut also listens to both large project proponents and local entrepreneurs on development concerns. This work will all continue throughout the life of this first generation Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Government of Nunavut appreciates this opportunity to discuss our technical review and recommendations and provide additional perspective for our fellow planning partners' considerations. Development in the north can be particularly challenging, and we owe it to Nunavut to collect all the necessary information and input before making land access decisions. We must emphasize the importance of integrated resource management system and the work carried out not just by the Nunavut Planning Commission, but also the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board. Together, these institutions safeguard the ecosystemic and socio-economic integrity of Nunavut and ensure the responsible development of our natural resources. At this point, the Government of Nunavut would like to emphasize that there have been improvements to the plan. The Government of Nunavut found that the options and recommendations document has been greatly improved and helped facilitate our review of the plan. The Government of Nunavut would like to see the Commission's rationale expanded so there is a better understanding of the trade-offs that were made and the decision-making process for the different land use designations. Going forward, the Government of Nunavut is hopeful that a balance can be struck between conditional use with seasonal restrictions that supports responsible development and economic growth. The Government of Nunavut has faith in the Nunavut Planning Commission process and in Nunavut. The Government of Nunavut has listened and heard what all participants in the process have brought forward. The views of the communities, hunters and trappers organizations, and other planning partners are important. The Government of Nunavut is looking forward to receiving a revised draft plan from the Commission after the record is closed We will now be happy to answer any questions you may have for the government of Nunavut. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll follow our procedure, starting with Nunavut Planning Commission staff. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks to the Government of Nunavut representatives for being here today and providing your presentation. The first question is just a point of clarification on your recommended approach for existing rights. Similar to the Government of Canada, you indicated that all existing mineral rights should be included in the draft plan's approach to the preservation of existing rights. Could you specifically clarify whether that extends to projects that are rights that may be issued up until the approval of the land use plan or some other date? Thank you.
Hi, Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. Just give us a moment to confer with my colleagues here.
Hi, Michelle LeBlanc-Havard, Director, Environmental Protection, Government of Nunavut, Department of Environment. Thank you, Jonathan, for the question. Can you clarify? Oh, sorry, is that better? Jonathan, could you just clarify the question? Are you asking for whether we're putting forward a date or a timeline? Could you just clarify for us, please?
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. The 2021 draft plan includes a proposal to provide exemptions from prohibitions for existing rights as of nominally the spring of 2021. When the Government of Nunavut recommends that all existing rights be provided with perhaps a similar treatment, are you recommending that that approach be extended to any mineral claims or mineral rights that have been granted since the spring of 2021, up to including today, for example, and up to including any that may be granted before the approval of the land use plan? Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle LeBlanc-Havard, Director, Environmental Protection, Department of Environment. Yes. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the clarification. The Commission understands the GN's recommendation that the land use plan, as currently drafted, does not strike an appropriate balance between economic opportunities and conservation. And you've clearly indicated your preference for conditional use areas with seasonal restrictions as an example of a more flexible approach that would allow many types of economic opportunities to proceed. I'm curious if the Government of Nunavut could summarize any aspects of the draft plan where it does support prohibitions being included in the draft plan, if any? And I'm thinking, not in all cases would seasonal restrictions be appropriate. You've indicated things of a seasonal nature like caribou habitat could be addressed through seasonal restrictions. But we're thinking of other areas, for example, community areas of interest or community drinking water supply, where a seasonal approach may not achieve the objectives that have been identified for those particular values. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. So the limited use areas supported by the Government of Nunavut in the 2016 Government of Nunavut submission, the Government of Nunavut supported the following community areas of interest for land use, then protected areas. Sorry, I'm going to get Daniel to read his own writing. Thank you.
It's about Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. So in the 2016 GN submission, we supported the limited use designation. At the time, they were called protected areas for the Heuktek River, Duke of York Bay, Fox Basin, Moffat Inlet, Nettling Lake, and Walrus Island. In the current 2021 plan, the GN may consider supporting limited use designations in other community areas of interest, such as Sanerea, the Essential Char Fishing River, Diana River, and the Boothia Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the clarification provided. During the community's presentations and follow-up comments and questions heard this week, there was a large number of concerns expressed regarding the activities of cruise ships and other vessels, and the Nunavut Planning Commission has attempted to outline our mandate in regards to the management of these vessels. I'm wondering if, for the benefit of community participants and commissioners here today, if the Government of Nunavut could outline its mandate and responsibilities regarding the authorization of cruise ships and other vessels. Thank you.
Diane Lapierre, Government of Nunavut. The Government of Nunavut does have some regulatory oversight. There is the Nunavut Tourism Act, which contains regulations which cruise operators need to follow. And this includes the responsibility of their passengers and crew and their conduct. Itineraries must be submitted to the Chief Tourism. Itineraries need to be submitted to the Chief Tourism Officer within the Department of Economic Development and Transportation. And all required permits must be obtained before visiting such places, such as on Inuit-owned lands, national parks, and archaeological and paleontological sites. If cruise ship operators are observing or researching wildlife, they would require either a wildlife observation permit or a wildlife research permit. These are reviewed and issued by the Department of Environment, and there are measures and methods outlined within the permit that need to be followed. Within the Nunavut Tourism Act contains regulations, the Nunavut Marine Tourism Regulations, Schedules A and B, also identify specific activities that are not permitted, and behavior and conduct, as I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the helpful clarifications. One final question. Are there any thresholds on when these regulations apply? I'm thinking particular on the smaller scale between yachts and things of that nature that community participants have identified as a concern. Is there any sort of lower threshold at which these measures begin to apply? Thank you.
Diane Lapierre, Government of Nunavut. Within the marine tourism regulations that I mentioned, they refer to a pleasure craft carrying 12 passengers or more, and a commercial passenger vessel carrying 12 passengers or more.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallock, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. Thank you for coming to the hearing, and thank you for your presentation. I have a couple supplementary questions from Jonathan. The first one is regards to existing rights. The GN, you stated that you're supporting the existing rights for the claims up until including the plan is being approved. So if someone's staked in the core calving grounds today, my understanding is that you are saying would be an existing right. So I asked the GN, does the government of Nunavut support exploration and development in the caribou calving grounds, post-calving grounds, important areas and water crossings? Is my first question. Thank you.
Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Please bear with me, this response is quite lengthy. As we know, the location of a potential mine is unknown. Similarly, the mineral potential in Nunavut is largely unknown. There is insufficient geological information to determine where mining will occur in the future. Which is why exploration takes place in different locations. As we mentioned in the presentation, less than one exploration project in 1,000 shows economic potential and becomes a mine. Exploration for minerals is an information gathering process. Which can have a low impact on the land. Depending on the activity, it also has the potential to result in significant negative impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat. For this reason, projects must operate with an understanding that impacts will occur and that any proposed mitigations must address those impacts. Directly and effectively. Activities must be flexible and responsive to changing conditions. Exploration work, like mining operations, is only allowed to proceed after conforming to a land use plan an impact assessment is conducted with public input, and activities are approved through the regulatory system. Nunavut has a robust impact assessment process which is intended to ensure that projects will not be recommended for approval by the Nunavut Impact Review Board where negative impacts outweigh positive outcomes. An approved project comes with terms and conditions intended to reduce impacts and increase benefits. To the social and ecological environment. These terms and conditions must be enforced by the relevant authorizing agency. However, there are known gaps in the enforcement model that need to be addressed. In order to ensure that terms and conditions are enforced and effective. The Government of Nunavut is committed to working with regulatory authorities to bridge these gaps and ensure that impacts to the environment are quickly identified and appropriately mitigated using proven methods. Once exploration begins, it is often assumed that development will be allowed to proceed. Project proponents should be aware that as a project expands, wildlife conservation becomes an increasing concern and may lead to the rejection of the project regardless of the funds invested. Investment in mineral exploration in sensitive habitats can therefore be risky to both the proponent and the environment. Development in a sensitive habitat, such as calving or post-calving grounds, may not be supported or justified by local communities, Inuit, Hayamanikatangi, and Western science due to the scale of impacts it may have on wildlife. Allowing development in sensitive areas may have long-term detrimental effects on wildlife habitat and consequently Inuit harvesting rights protected under the Nunavut Agreement. Potential negative impacts on wildlife may also have significant economic and cultural impacts. Wildlife is widely consumed across Nunavut and neighboring jurisdictions. The value of which is estimated in the tens of millions of dollars annually directly to the people. These practices also form a significant part of cultural identity. On the other hand, the mineral resource sector can provide employment to local Inuit, opportunities for local businesses, and make significant contributions to the Nunavut economy. Including revenues which support services that the government provides. This highlights the need to achieve a balance between economic development and environmental protection. Land use designations must therefore be balanced between conservation and a growing need for a diverse and thriving wage economy. Conditional use designations in the land use plan can allow for some economic activity to occur where and when deemed appropriate. In other words, where positive outcomes outweigh negative impacts. The government of Nunavut is concerned that the broad use of limited use designations in the current draft plan is too restrictive. When considering the economic impact on Nunavut and the Nunavut economy. Finally, the government of Nunavut is here to listen to communities, hunters and trappers organizations, planning partners, and Nunavut to inform our final submission to the Commission. What we hear will also factor into our review of the recommended draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. Submitted by the Commission after the close of record and these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions before lunch break? Well, we'll resume our meeting this afternoon. Have a seat, please. Before we proceed, Sharon has some
Thank you,
housekeeping
Mr. Chair.
items.
Sharon Hallowack, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. Welcome back for the final afternoon of our last day of our public hearing. Just a couple announcements. We really need to make sure that the rest of the participants, registered participants that are going to present, have time. So we are going to stop the government of Nunavut at 2 o'clock, and then Baffinland will be presenting after that. So with your questions, if you can please, we do want to hear from everyone, but keep your questions as brief as possible so everybody has an opportunity to ask the questions. With that, Baffinland's not here yet, but I'm sure they'll be here momentarily. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll continue. Sharon. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'd like to add a little bit more to what Daniel had said in regards to the last question before we broke for lunch. I would just like to state that this is in regards to exploration and the timing of the Nunavut land use plan. Exploration work is exploration work, and building a mine is building a mine. The two are definitely connected. However, just because exploration work is approved to proceed, that doesn't mean that building the mine is approved at the same time. I just don't want to leave the impression that there's a whole army of prospectors and whatnot doing a mad dash to do exploration work before the close of the draft Nunavut land use plan is completed. So essentially, the greater the impact on the environment, the greater the scrutiny that will happen. That's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Henry, thank you for the explanation, and Daniel, the answer. Sharon Hallowack, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. So in essence, the GN is supportive of mining claims being staked in the Caribou Camping Grounds if the staking occurs before the plan is adopted. Is that correct?
Diane Lapierre, Government of Nunavut. I just wanted to simply say the Government of Nunavut supports the lawfully acquired claims. So if they're following the permitting process as under the current legislation, then we continue to be supportive of that legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallowack, Executive Director with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So overwhelmingly, you've heard from all of the public hearings that we've had, the community members saying their priorities for the protection of the caribou calving ground habitats, and related areas. That leaves the Commission in the position to, with competing interests with the GN and others supporting development or exploration in the calving grounds. And I'm wondering if the GN can give us some guidance of how we would, or solutions of how to resolve the competing interests when we're hearing from communities overwhelmingly they want the habitat, caribou calving ground habitat protected, when exploration claims are being staked. As we know, and we heard in the last public hearing, there is a stake in one of the core calving grounds. So can you tell us, provide the commissioners guidance and others of how to resolve the competing interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Michelle Havard, Director, Environmental Protection, Department of Environment. Thank you for the question. And if I understand correctly, you're asking what the position the government of Nunavut is with regard to rights or staking of claims in limited use areas. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. I'm asking for guidance from the government of Nunavut with your position supporting the staking to continue and the exploration in the calving grounds. What guidance can you provide to the Commission when we've heard the communities say, you've heard the communities overwhelmingly say they don't want the development, they don't want exploration, and recognizing that, yes, exploration doesn't always lead to a mine, but if you're granting exploration, you are granting the potential of future development on the caribou habitat. So what guidance can you provide the Commission with these two issues that are competing against each other? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Michelle Havard, Director of Environmental Protection, Department of Environment. I think you bring up some good key points, and the process that we're all partaking in here is very important. These are hearings, and we're here to hear and to listen. We've presented our review of the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. We are also collecting information by participating in these hearings and listening to the communities. All this information will be considered and reviewed before we make our final submission before the record closes. We are engaging and contributing and participating in this process. We feel it's important to hear and to take messages back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michelle. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. So I just want to be clear for the record that if the staking continues and in the calving grounds up until the plan is approved, that is the position of the GM, that you will support that, just for clarity on the record. I think that's a yes or a no. Thank you.
Hanami Iksivata, Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. We can't say that we would support or not. These things are on a case-by-case basis. And as we mentioned, and as I mentioned in my long answer before lunch, We acknowledge that development in those sensitive areas could be very detrimental, and we're not recommending it take place, but if a claim is legally obtained, we can't stop that from happening. Thank you.
Takeshi, you are first. You may proceed with your questions. Trying to keep your questions short. And we'd like you to stick to the guidelines of this proceeding, please. Takeshi, Kaunak Arctic Bay Hamlet. During your presentation, and young people in our community who are having a hard time finding work, so they are trying to go into tourism ventures. And during the ice spring season, there are a lot of tourism who use their own equipment to supply tourists who sometimes are heavy laden with gear and everything. And when tourists come up, they are very cheap at times. They want to be taken out, but they don't want to pay for wear and tear of the equipment or the supplies. And for those who are into tourism industry back home, their transportation and their gear is very expensive. And some of their gears are very heavy, and their accommodations are in heavy wear and tear. What sort of assistance will government of Nunavut tourism assist for those who are who want to be in tourism business but lack funds to establish a good company? So thank you. It's not related to our proceedings. I have mentioned this time and time again, and I think we all understand now that we do not want to discuss outside proceeding guidelines. Elijah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Elijah Panikpakachuk, Michimatalik, Elder, Hamlet, appointed. Your presentation, Government of Nunavut, your presentation. If I understand correctly, although I won't talk long on the subject, and in a previously NTI spoke of environment, and there was a discussion on IQ, and I don't think it's a priority with anybody. So for those who are coming into Nunavut to find jobs, and for those who are coming up for pleasure And for tourism, I think government has information on Travel Nunavut. Tours coming up to Nunavut. And I like to know if there's information on how to tour responsibly, mainly on being sensitive to the wildlife and their well-being. And the animals are, many species are not used to humans approaching them. Mainly during summer, our tourists are coming into the community, and many people coming during summer to work. And your responsibility as a government in tourism industry and in Nunavut as Nunavut in general. I don't think not only to Southerners but to perhaps anywhere from the world coming up here, and they should be oriented properly on our species and lifestyle up here. There appears to be when they come up, they don't follow any rules or anything, and sometimes they touch sensible areas, and they are careless. And they've been told many times, and when they're up here doing their tourism and work, they do not adhere to any lectures or to the people who are guiding them. And as we travel south or anywhere in the world, there are signs everywhere telling us, do this, don't do that, and we lack all of these warning signs, do not disturb, or signs like that. The government of Nunavut should take responsibility to have these signs printed, distributed to the communities. And you, as a government, should know you're in tourism industry, and you would know what signs to put up. Could you put up these signs? And people coming up should be knowing how to act. And some of our areas are very sensitive. We have water reservoir, and people come in and just start swimming in our water reservoirs. That's how careless some of these people coming up here are. And there's hardly any rules that they follow. Photographers are nuisance. They go after animals, not only animals and mammals as well. So as Inuit, we are obedient people. We don't have any confrontational within us, and so we just let everything go. And for those who are responsible for giving information to Nunavut and at this proceeding, who are invited to give our opinions. And if you were to do your job, it would be a lot simpler for people coming up and enjoying themselves rather than confronting. The Nunavut area, it freezes, snow comes in, and when the spring thaws, all that snow and rivers flowing into to the ocean are cleaning up the area created mess by careless people. And we are very much aware of our lifestyle. Look at the snow outside. And when the snow comes and winter comes, it's not just snow, it will save your life. You can create shelter, but when it thaws, it's dirty, and the dirty water is flowing into the oceans from the hills. We need to be clean. We need to keep our environment pristine. There's char out there. There's fish out there. And when they start maturing, our mammals sometimes travel far as Newfoundland through the coast. So we have to be aware. We have to be aware of our environment. This is all we have, our environment and our lifestyle, and it could be a lot better. And to the elders who know our lifestyle, our way of life, you ask an elder, it's a good starting point to learn. And there should be groups involved towards this pristine environment we have up here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's not related to the our proceedings, Larry. I'm from far north, Larry Olalu, Greasefield, HTO member.
Question on when you talk about overlap. When we're doing tourism or sport hunting, guiding, we would try to go to a place where polar bears would be, and we're careful not to go where there's present private hunting or regular harvesting of polar bears. But it happened, not intentionally, and it's very uncomfortable when you're guiding a sport hunter and there are regular harvesters in the same area. Would that be considered overlap? If it is, that's important. You were talking about overlap in your report. And also, same thing, when we're harvesting, going on our spring fishing trip, we've encountered signs on helicopter come to the lake we're fishing at. They dig a hole and take out some whatever samples they're looking for, and then they claim they didn't know we were there. So is that another overlap? If so, that make sure that's noted. One other question is, everybody knows this should have gone to the government of Canada, but I think they're still here. And this question includes asking the Commission if the scientific community polar shelf based out of Resolute Bay was ever approached to go in front of the Nunavut Planning Commission to make presentation, because there are some of us who have lived with them for years, since 1955, and I don't think we are very close We have never really been closed. We have no access to whatever scientific findings they've accumulated all these years. Everything from little bugs to glaciers to you name it. We've seen them come and study. So we have nothing against them, but it's just that we're like neighbors living next to each other. We see each other every day, but we don't know who they are. So you have any information coming from Polar Shelf, and will we ever be able to see what they have done? Nakomi, thank you.
Thank you. Part of your question is not relevant to Nunavut Planning Commission proceedings. Perhaps you mentioned
about Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Thank you, Larry, for your questions. Just to clarify, the overlap that we were referring to in our presentation was with limited use designations and municipal plans, and municipal boundaries specifically. So that is what we were referring to when we meant overlap, not the situations that you described.
So that means my question is nothing, no good. My question's gone nowhere.
My question is not answered. Thank you.
Larry, Larry Aulaluk, HTO.
Thank you, Chair. No, Larry. I'm Eamon Carroll, legal counsel for the Government of Nunavut. No, Larry, it's a good question. Guiding and regular hunting are allowed under all three of the land use designations. So harvesting would be allowed under all three of the designations. What we're referring to when we say overlap, it refers to, for example, when there's a wildlife protected area inside a hamlet. So if we go back in the slides, you can see that the homes of residents in Kugaluktuk are inside a limited use area. So if they were to go, say, quarrying or other development activities, they would be there's a conflict there within their community. That's what we mean by overlap. In terms of hunting and guiding, that's kind of outside of the scope, but we do have people in the room, members of environment staff, who can answer questions about it's just kind of outside the scope of the hearing.
Charlie?
Just a reminder, the presenters have until 2 o'clock due to time constraint. Please be direct to proceeding guidelines. Charlie Inoak, HTO, Pond Inlet. I would like to ask the panel and Nunavut Planning Commission are the body. Inuit IQ should be a priority, and we have been told time and time again that it's a priority and it's a useful tool. I know that people are trying their best to follow the guidelines, perhaps justice more so than any other department. I would like the Nunavut Planning Commission to get serious and entrench IQ as one of the organizational policy. We need lawyers. We need a lawyer who can concentrate full time to know and study what IQ is so it can be fully utilized rather than to be just used as a discussion point. We like to see someone full-time in that department related to IQ only, and Justice Department should have that. That was in short form. One of my questions in relation to national parks, and we have been told that this file will close January 10, and the DFO did not give us a proper presentation. See what the federal government is up to in this area for national parks. So I don't fully understand what we would be allowed to do, especially from DFO, their policies related to our concerns related to mammals. We use them, and some of them have very small, very fine food chain, and any disturbance would create a situation for bigger mammals. So I need to have this here from DFO. As you have heard over the days that the Planning Commission have no jurisdiction over national parks. So we have no authority on fully established parks, but yes, while they're at the stages where one is to become one. Once the national park, proposed park, becomes a park, we have no jurisdiction. It's out of our hands, and it's automatically averted to federal government's responsibility. But prior to becoming a full-fledged park, we have a say. We could work on the file, and once it's complete, it's off our hands. Thank you, Chair. I understand. We still must have a ways to. We still must have a ways to be part of it. For instance, and we've been looking at this for some times before a park becomes a park, and one of your staff have mentioned that Planning Commission have responsibility before it becomes a full-fledged park. That's what I'm trying to get at. Say policies related to parks are responsibility of the federal government. But there must be a way. It would be time consuming. Sometimes we are never consulted during the process of this becoming a park. And thirdly, perhaps my question would be more to government panel, tourism department, and the licensing issues related to the outfitters. We are not aware. We do not know how to apply for these parks and or tourism. We need full participants, and it's urgent because your file closes January 10, and would you be able to authorize such a procedure and many of us are not aware that a lot of things are going on in our Nunavut area, helicopters, aircraft, and perhaps others that we are not aware of. So though some helicopters and aircrafts are flying so low, and although these things are ongoing, hunters and trappers are never consulted or to be participants. I think your concern will be answered also, although it's outside our guidelines what this hearing is all about. So talk to any department who you think is concerned, but I will request an answer for this one this time.
Thank you. Diane Lapierre with the Government of Nunavut. I understood the questions and some concerns about how to access outfitters permits or tourism. I guess briefly I can say that the Department of Economic Development and Transportation provides process for overseeing those activities. And there are some support and funding available as well with the department. Thank you.
I guess the last part of the question was if you guys could also include the local STO when you guys are giving out permit for the tourism. Cruise ship, you can inform them, or that's how I understood his question in Inuktitut.
Diane Lapierre, the Government of Nunavut. Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand it initially. Yes, I can take some of that back and confirm that communication with the HTOs regarding visitors and tourist operators.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I read HTO. Your presentation, I wasn't very pleased with the presentation. I don't think I would be the only one who was not pleased. You mentioned vessels, smaller size, who have perhaps 12 or less crew. And how did you come to that conclusion with the number of people on the vessels? We call them Nabaotelit. And they are the ones that do most damage or going anywhere they wish to go. Is there no proper regulations? And many of them are coming in from outside of Canada. There was an arrival one time coming in, a small boat coming into our community with one individual. And we don't know where that person came. Could be dangerous. we could have been at danger. Looking back, this person who have arrived from international waters, coming in from perhaps Greenland, and there should be more effort to control our Canadian borders, our waterways. I'm urging that these things be looked after, and more your department, government, I don't know how to say this, but someone should be more diligent. And there's a vessel, 12 or less people. Sometimes these are the most nuisance.
Diane Lapierre, Government of Nunavut. Thank you for your question. The Government of Nunavut's Tourism Act does apply to visitors who disembark when they get off onto the land. There is also a complaints process. If there are complaints with respect to wildlife permits, as I mentioned earlier, it can go to the Department of Environment. And if anyone witnesses inappropriate activity, it can come to the Department of Economic Development and Transportation with the Government of Nunavut. The Chief Tourism Officer is in that department, and they can make sure that complaint goes to the right person so that they can follow up. And I'll pass it over to our legal to follow up on that. Thanks.
Eamon Carroll. Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Eamon Carroll, Department of Justice. I believe you asked about the 12-person and how it arrived at that number. So I can't tell you exactly how the Cabinet Ministers of Nunavut arrived at that number, but to explain what the regulation is about, it is about, as my colleague said, when people get off the boats, and that regulation is about visiting communities. So if you get off the boat into a community, 12 people was identified as the amount that would be a lot of people coming to a community, and there are requirements around that many people visiting a community at once. Also, if they got off somewhere else outside of the community, then that comes down to the other regulations around outfitters and outfitter regulations for outside of communities. With respect to vessels coming in from outside of Canada and vessels in the water, that is the Government of Canada. So it's about when they get off the vessels that's why they identified 12 and visit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another question? Go ahead and ask your question. These guys will have until 2 p.m. I apologize. Yep, they're not done yet. If you can stay there. We still have names of people who have questions to ask. And Liza has another question. We have said that Baffinland would begin at 2. And Baffinland will begin shortly. I want everyone to know that you will be able to ask questions. The registered participants, we haven't reached the registered participants yet. And if Bob and I can make their way to the podium, thank you.
There's hard copies of the Baffinland presentation at the back table if anybody wants a paper copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Baffinland's ready. Anytime you're ready, Baffinland.
Unusukut. Thank you to the Nunavut Planning Commission for allowing us to present today, and to all of the participants. My name is Megan Lord Hoyle. I'm the Vice President of Sustainable Development with Baffinland. With me today is Lou Kammermans, Senior Director of Sustainable Development, and Mike Setterington, our registered professional wildlife biologist with Environmental Dynamics Incorporated. Baffinland has previously filed written submissions in this process, and we thank you for considering them. Instead of repeating that submission today, we are focusing this presentation to provide the commissioners with information on protection measures that we have developed with community members, the Kikitani Inuit Association, and territorial regulators through the Nunavut Impact Review Board process and our ongoing operations. As this slide says, Baffinland is focused on our project in the North Baffin region. We are committed to developing the Mary River project in a way that demonstrates environmental stewardship, and respect for all. We are incredibly thankful to all of the North Baffin communities, and especially the Mary River Project Inuit employees, for all of the input and Inuit Kawiamatugangi that has been shared with us to develop and improve our project. I would like to recognize the efforts of the independent Inuit-led Dust Audit Committee, who have been reviewing and developing advice for us over the last year. We will implement their recommendations, and they will guide us in reducing dust from the project. I would also like to recognize and thank the work of the Hamlet of Pond Inlet and the Mitimatalik Hunters and Trappers organization in helping us develop the protection measures in place at the project. Strong project requirements like our 9-knot vessel speed limit, the lowest shipping speed limit in Canada, as well as restriction zones along the shipping route and other management practices like setbacks or limits on the number of vessels in certain areas of the shipping route came directly out of those discussions. We look forward to continued collaboration on these protection measures. Itzivauta, Lou Camermans will continue to lead the rest of the presentation. Quanami.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lou Camermans, Baffinland. As the Commission has heard from many participants in this process, we agree that the topic of existing rights should be revisited in the final version of the plan. We are asking the Commissioners to recognize the significant investment in Nunavut the Baffinland has made to date. For example, over $3 billion has been invested in expenditures that have flowed through Nunavut, and over $100 million in wages have been provided to Inuit employees alone. We ask that the systems be implemented in the plan that can realize the full potential of the Mary River group of deposits. And we support a land use plan approach that would maintain our current rights to all approved infrastructure and activities. Existing rights should also allow us to make applications to the Nunavut Impact Review Board for modified or new activities relating to the development of or access to our existing mineral claims without the need for amendments to the land use plan in the future. For clarity, the decision about whether an individual activity would proceed would always remain with the Nunavut Impact Review Board and any other subsequent processes that are required. For mining and exploration projects, we are asking the Commission to take the option 4 approach that was developed by your staff in the options and recommendations document. This option 4 land use planning requirement would help ensure that our applications are complete and meaningfully address the issues that Inuit have identified to the Commission. In this slide, we can see the northern end of the Mary River Milne Inlet infrastructure corridor. We have asked that the commissioners define the corridor approximately and that minor adjustments to infrastructure alignments not require future land use plan amendments. Baffinland has also suggested a valued socioeconomic component designation rather than a limited use designation. This would avoid unnecessary plan amendments for necessarily incidental or compatible future uses. Baffinland also identified that ice bridging requirements over on-ice travel routes may not be feasible in a number of cases, and that a more site-specific approach is needed. Baffinland has proposed that in instances where shipping through ice overlaps known on-ice travel routes, the proponent be required to work with local communities to develop a safe travel plan. This plan can take the unique features of the proposed activities, the local and seasonal ice conditions, as well as the local community's priorities into consideration to develop solutions that are safe, effective, and achievable. The remainder of this presentation will focus on caribou protection at Mary River. The reason for providing this information is that it could stand as an example of the types of mitigations that can be achieved through the processes administered after a project meets conformity with the land use plan. This is the same system that Baffinland recommends continue under the first generation of the Nunavut land use plan. Where sensitive caribou areas are identified for additional scrutiny in the impact assessment phase, that the areas are refined with additional studies by both traditional and scientific means, and that the effectiveness of mobile protection measures be given due consideration. As you have heard from other presenters, we are currently at a low point in the 70-year caribou population cycle in the North Baffin. According to the traditional knowledge shared with us, we understand that the caribou will be back, and that we need to build and manage our project in a way that protects every caribou that interacts with our site. The measures that we have in place are based on traditional knowledge and the best available Western science, and were developed in collaboration with Inuit and our Terrestrial Environment Working Group. Mike Zedderington will now speak more about our understanding of North Baffin caribou and our approach to caribou protection.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I am Mike Zedderington, a biologist working on the Mary River project since 2007 and on previous draft Nunavut land use plans since 2000. Slide 9, the next slide, Lou. Slide 9 summarizes some of the opportunities we have had to work directly with traditional knowledge holders to learn about areas important to caribou and the relevance of those areas to the mine site activities, and broader areas that may be affected by the Mary River project. This traditional knowledge engagement work included engagement on plants and habitat in 2007, an environmental issues working group in 2008, caribou-focused working groups in 2008 and again in 2015, and more on-the-land work with knowledge holders in 2019 as Baffinland sought to get more information on caribou habitat use near a proposed railway route. Also, as part of the recent Nunavut Impact Review Board assessment, Baffinland committed to partially fund the Kikitani Inuit Association's Baffin Island-wide Caribou Traditional Knowledge Survey. That additional traditional knowledge information can provide a broader perspective on how abundance and habitat use will change as caribou return in large numbers as part of their natural population cycle. Baffinland also supports the government of Nunavut in its studies of caribou abundance. Baffinland is also committed to Inuit-led project effects monitoring. A mix of traditional knowledge, scientific study, Inuit involvement, and experience from other Nunavut projects is essential to the development of caribou protection measures at the Mary River project. I'll now speak briefly on the traditional knowledge baseline information that was shared with us. Starting in 2006, during the early years of the project, we recognized that we were working in an area deficient in scientific understanding, but rich in traditional knowledge of caribou behavior and distribution. We knew we had to go to local elders and knowledge holders who are the caribou experts to help us understand the caribou. Baffinland recognized the important need and large responsibility to work with knowledge holders to document the traditional knowledge relevant to the project area, to ensure that Baffinland was informed and could manage risk effectively and operate a mine. Inuit generously shared knowledge on where caribou have been known to calve, their seasonal movements, their 70-year population cycle, and signs of where the caribou would return in large numbers. This slide 10 illustrates some of the caribou information that was shared and used in the impact assessment and mitigation plans. Slide 11 on screen shows some information about caribou calving near the Mary River site. The elders who had experienced the last high in caribou abundance and use this land area help Baffinland understand the importance and behavior of North Baffin Island calving caribou. We learned that the calving behavior of Baffin Island caribou is very different from the behavior of herds on mainland Nunavut. While caribou have been known to calve in areas identified by some participants in the red outlined areas on slide 11, the caribou don't necessarily group together when calving. They tend to be distributed individually in often barren, higher elevation areas. Knowledge holders have shared with us that it is likely that Baffin caribou will go high to avoid predation by wolves. Understanding caribou behavior on North Baffin Island is much richer than simply identifying areas on maps. While caribou can be found in many areas, it is important to understand that when calving, they are up high, sparsely distributed, and not always in the same area for years on end. In recognition of this distinction from calving behavior on the mainland, if calving areas are designated in the final land use plan, the Baffin areas where caribou have been known to calve should be clearly distinguished and treated differently from the calving grounds identified on mainland Nunavut. Slide 12 illustrates some of the information on how caribou movement, as shared by knowledge holders, is integrated into project design and mitigation. Again, the information comes to us from the local land users and harvesters through interviews, mapping, and discussions. Our work with the local knowledge holders also included discussions about risk and consequence so that Baffinland could focus mitigation efforts appropriately. Prohibitions and exclusions are not always the correct answer. Every project proponent needs to understand the area they are working in and develop mitigations that respond to the unique features of each project and each landscape. This understanding requires careful planning and collaboration, evaluation of risk, and development of mitigations to reduce potential adverse effects. With a commitment by involved stakeholders, the result can be a project that coexists with caribou. At the same time, hunters can still have a consistent, sustainable harvest. Slide 13 and 14 in the Inuktitut illustrates an example from one of Baffinland's environmental management plans. The project certificate requires that the plan include measures to protect caribou and to be revisited regularly so that the most up-to-date information, including Inuit feedback, is addressed. This example on screen illustrates how Baffinland protects caribou along the tote road. When caribou are near the tote road, trucks stop to ensure that caribou can move freely. Caribou have the right of way. These measures are a part of the approved project, have been in place for many years, and will continue to be used on the project and improved as necessary. So, Mr. Chair, the environmental protection measures implemented at the Mary River project exceed the standards in any other Canadian jurisdiction where I have worked, particularly for the protection of land and caribou, the plans for future research and monitoring when the caribou return, and the constant vigilance and engagement of the authorities and Inuit in follow-up monitoring. In my opinion, the protection measures implemented at this and other Nunavut mining projects show Nunavut's leadership in environmental protection and resource development. The Nunavut Planning Commission should acknowledge these existing approaches within the context of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Mr. Chair, Lou Camermans will complete the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike. Lou Camermans, Baffinland. In 2014, Baffinland and the Kikitani Inuit Association developed and submitted the Mary River Caribou Protection Measures to the Nunavut Planning Commission. The protection measures draw from the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan and incorporate refinements to address project-specific application. Broadly, these protection measures acknowledge the need to complete the caribou protection map identified in the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan, that the areas identified in this map and through project monitoring may become project-specific protection zones, and that additional mitigation measures may be applied in these areas. The protection measures are detailed, but also flexible, which gives parties the ability to modify our approach over time as monitoring and other information determine it's needed. In 2022, Baffinland and the Kikitani Inuit Association agreed to advance key sections of the caribou protection measures. Now, both in 2014 and 2022, the protection measures continue to respect the principle that mitigations should take the presence of caribou into consideration before they're implemented, consistent with the approach outlined in the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan. Through the protection measures, it is possible for parties to gain a greater understanding of North Baffin caribou and enhance their protection over time, aided by the ongoing inputs provided through project monitoring and local Inuit experience. Baffinland conducts a variety of monitoring programs every year, and each year Baffinland submits its reports to the Nunavut Impact Review Board, which are then circulated to all parties on the public distribution list. The board then administers a transparent review process, which concludes with the issuance of any recommendations the board feel are necessary. To maximize community participation and awareness, Baffinland also translates summaries of the annual report and provides printed copies of the full report to all 5 North Baffin hamlets and hunter and trapper organizations. On this slide, we have several examples of some of the past terrestrial monitoring reports with highlights of some of the focus areas of each of those reports and changes that we have made to reflect feedback from these reviews. Inuit involvement is integral to the success and longevity of Baffinland-led monitoring programs. Over time, we've seen the composition of our monitoring programs evolve, with some reporting over 50% local Inuit participation. And we've also seen the same people return year over year and take on leadership roles. In addition to our own monitoring, we also consider information collected from outside our own programs, including those carried out at a regional scale by bodies like the Government of Nunavut, as well as the results of community-based programs. Baffinland has made an industry-leading agreement to fund the development of independent Inuit-led monitoring specific to the Mary River project, to be administered by the Kikitani Inuit Association, but driven by Inuit from the 5 North Baffin communities. Through the long life of this project, Baffinland expects that Inuit will lead both the monitoring and operation of the project over time. This vision fits within the broad goals of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. As my colleague Mike said, we believe that mining and caribou can coexist. In closing, we respect the Commission's advice that the focus of the discussion be on land use planning and not project-specific topics. However, if anyone here has specific questions about the project, Megan and I are regularly here and available to discuss the project with you outside of this hearing. Thank you. Koyanami. Mr. Chair, this completes our presentation, and we're ready for your land use planning questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives of Baffinland for joining us today. I just have one question on clarification on slide 6 of your presentation, covering on-ice travel routes. We do appreciate the clear recommendations that Baffinland's provided in its submissions. And I'd just like to clarify the final bullet on reconsidering seasonal references. I would just like to clarify if that refers to the specific calendar dates that the Commission has included in Table 3 of the Nunavut of the draft plan itself, or if you're referring to some other reconsideration. Thank you.
Go ahead. Answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jonathan, for letting me clarify. I believe that point talks about the need to reconcile the table in the plan with the table we provided in the back of our written submission, which provides Canadian ice service data on different ice conditions. We think just the limits may require a reevaluation.
Thank you. There are no more questions. I'll ask if anybody wants to ask a question regarding their statements. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Name it in HTO. You Baffinland people said that monitoring, environmental monitoring too, is not properly set up or fixed. We know that your monitoring is not set up properly. The things you point out, the monitors or the committee members, subcommittees that you talk about, the environmental monitors work for you guys. They only do work for you, not for the Inuit who are impacted. And they only report what you want to hear and show their reports to others. Can you amend your report and then submit it to NPC with environmental people adding to your report with respect to environmental monitoring? And the people you talk about, the subcommittee, what you call the working group, and the elders that you call experts. I will say two of their names, Elijah Neshuk and Caleb Sangaya. They are employees for you. They're your knowledge keepers. It'd be better if you ask your questions geared toward Nunavut land use plan. We understand what you're saying, what you're trying to say. I keep saying we're dealing with NPC stuff here. We're not dealing with stuff outside of NPC. And you were also stating names. We don't state names. If you have a question for their report with respect to NPC's duties, we don't necessarily want to share your statements or concerns toward Baffinland. That's not what we're here to do. Go ahead if you have a question for their statements. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Name Inoaka. Can you include independent auditors? The working group have no authority, power, and you use them. So can you add to in that respect to the Nunavut Planning Commission? The HTO environmentalists be used instead. They're already organizations, they're already environmentalists. These powerless, unrecognized people, you stop using them. And add that to the Nunavut Planning Commission. And that's what I want you to do myself. Thank you. You can respond to him if you want. Go ahead.
Megan Lord Hoyle, Baffinland, Quanamique. Recognizing that I don't think that was a land use planning specific question, I will be very brief in my answer. Respectfully, we disagree and think that our environmental reporting is set up very well. We use professionals in the industry and Inuit to conduct the monitoring and report on the results as they are found, and those are publicly available. We also believe that the terms and conditions of the project certificate are monitored efficiently throughout the Nunavut Impact Review Board processes.
Thank you. I don't have any other names. Olayu has a question. And please ask questions as based on their report and make them short, please. Orayu Nakatalbi, Artube Hamlet. This will probably come up later on, but what we're looking at and the statements made for the report, is this the end or will these come up with respect to water? Is dealing with water not Baffinland's responsibility, or whose responsibility is that? Are you asking us a question regarding water, or? Orayu Nakatalvik, Hamlet of Artube. My question is, these reports, your application to NPC, we get ships going to Milne Inlet and they're transporting ore. Is that not under Baffinland's jurisdiction, or are you doing research on the ocean too? Is that your question to NPC? Is that your question to NPC? Yep. Sorry, please restate your question. We didn't really understand that in English. I understand that this is not the responsibility other than land, although people are working on the ocean. If I have any other questions, I will say something. I will tend to say something that's not geared to your report. I'm sorry we did not understand your statement made in English. Tommy, they can't understand what I'm saying. Somebody I'll know you mail from Arctic Bay HTO. When this comes, this is my question geared to Bafin Land. When this comes into effect, the maps, you will need to work on the maps, and you had said you had some fixed. And when this is done, will you follow the document?
Mayor Lord Hoyle, Baffinland, in short, when the plan is finalized, yes, Baffinland will be required to conform in any future modifications to the project. Queen Amy.
Thank you. Is that it? Yes, thank you. Adrian Alnoyami, HTO.
All right. Thank you. January 10
We'll be doing a lot of work before January 10. That's all. And Charlie has a statement question, and make your question short with respect and as to what they were reporting on. Thank you, Charlie and HTO. Welcome back from that to the community. You support with jobs to our youth. And first of all, I thank you for that. Mr. Chair, the question I have it looks like there will be a route on the sea ice. Does it say anything about if something happened, then they would only put that into effect? I don't really understand that. Are you trying to say that you want to be able to go on the sea ice? In your submission to NERB, NPC? Go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Charlie, for the question. This comment we developed about the southern transportation corridor, so the shipping route that would go through Hudson Strait, Fox Basin, and into Steensby. There's a on-ice travel route that the Commission has marked that's about 50 kilometers south of Steensby Port, and the recommendation is that an ice bridging plan be implemented there, and that may be possible, but it may not. And so we've asked that instead of being just given that one option, that instead we be responsible for developing a crossing plan with the closest communities that works for them and for us and for that area. So that's what this comment's in relation to. It's just that where we may break ice along that one travel route. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understood the statement. I understand now that this submission tells of a part that they may or may not use on that Steensby side. Yet the Steensby project has been completely approved by the federal government, and they would ship year-round, winter, summer. They would ship all year. So the reason I asked about why you want to go through the sea ice, I know you had want to go through the sea ice. What I thought you were saying was that you would want to travel on Eclipse Sound during winter. And he had thought that Baffleland's application would be submitted to NPC. Thank you. That's more of a statement. I will ask the registered participants if they have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I'm wondering what the results of the methodology that Baffinland has used over the last few years in terms of seeing caribou at the site and along their project, and how that compares to traditional knowledge of the people, or the actual knowledge of the people who also travel through the area and may also be going there to hunt. So I'm just wondering how effective the protocols have demonstrated themselves to be. Thank you.
Go ahead, respond.
Mr. Chair, Mike Setterington, biologist for Baffinland. In regards to Paul's question about the effectiveness of our monitoring versus what the local land users are seeing, our monitoring is right now limited to the footprint of the project in what we call height of land surveys, where we can see roughly out a 5-kilometer radius, focused on the calving season to determine if we have caribou calving near the project site. Our results are very different from what the land users would see, the hunters that are out in a much broader area looking for caribou specifically, not specifically near the project site itself, but in a much broader area. So they're very different ways of looking for caribou for very different purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ask your question again.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Thank you for that response. The 5-kilometer area from the mine site, how was it determined that that is the correct distance or influence that the project would have on caribou? So for instance, if the project influences caribou within a larger area further away from the project, say 6 or 7 kilometers, they would not be spotted at the 5-kilometer radius that you're looking at. How was that 5-kilometer radius determined, and on what knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Mr. Chair, it's Mike Setterington for Baffinland. Thanks for the question, Paul. That kind of question is discussed in detail in our monitoring plans. And certainly it's been a topic of discussion within our terrestrial environment working group. The environmental assessment for this project acknowledged that what we call the zone of influence, or the influence that this project could have on animal distribution, could extend as far as 14 kilometers, which we've seen at some other diamond mines. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out that we do have designs in place for monitoring caribou when we have greater numbers to monitor. The density of caribou is simply too low right now to have detailed studies. So we focus right now on caribou interacting specifically with the project. And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to emphasize that on these height of land surveys, we've also had elder participation to make sure that we're looking in the right areas for caribou near the project. And the question that Mr. Crowley is asking it goes beyond the purpose of the monitoring program. And we have longer-term plans in place, including aerial surveys and support of government of Nunavut collaring studies that we can use the data to analyze the question that he's asking. Thank you.
Let me ask if there's any other questions from somebody else.
There is. I'm going to give them an opportunity to ask.
Going to be, it's about Richard Payton, Kikitani Inuit Association. So the Kikitani Inuit Association agrees that significant work led to a joint submission to the Nunavut Planning Commission in 2014 that helped develop caribou protection measures for the Mary River project that included information obtained from key knowledge holders in the North Baffin. However, as I've previously stated, the Mary River Iron Ore project has not taken into consideration inclusion of Inuit Qayimid Tukangit, including project interaction with caribou. Inuit in the surrounding communities of this project, and in particular those community members here in Pond Inlet, have clearly stated that caribou are avoiding the area at much greater distances than the project monitoring currently considers. So I have two questions. Can you explain how mobile protection measures being discussed could help protect caribou being impacted by the Mary River project? And do you see a role for conditional protection measures near the project, thereby ensuring caribou can still use this area in ways envisioned by Inuit in the region and discussed by caribou experts leading up to the 2014 Nunavut Planning Commission submission?
Thank you. Go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Hammermans, Baffinland. Before I respond to the two questions provided, I just would like to respectfully disagree with the premise, the statement provided before the two questions. I believe my colleague adequately explained during our presentation how Inuit Kaumaiotukengit has influenced our understanding of caribou in the North Baffin and has influenced the development of mitigation measures that are already in place today. It's unfortunate that that statement was made. Perhaps we can talk about that bilaterally after. As for the two questions, the first one is rather project specific and could produce a long response. In short, I believe there are mechanisms to trigger mobile protection, even with caribou at a distance from the project. This is an area where Baffinland is looking to provide supports to the government of Nunavut as they carry out regional monitoring programs and specifically radio collar telemetry programs. As for the implementation of conditional protection measures around the project area, that's something we're not advocating for at this point, at least from a land use planning perspective. Our response to that question is the same for our general submission to the Planning Commission, which is we're not asking that any proposal in these areas be approved without any further review. We're simply asking for the ability to get past the land use plan and to be able to investigate, discuss, and work with regulators and local communities on a specific project to see if it's feasible. And through that process, to determine what mitigations are necessary for the protection of caribou. And it's through those processes that could involve the Nunavut Impact Review Board, that could occur through the negotiation of commercial leases on Inuit-owned lands, where you could end up with a similar result to a conditional use. It's just about how you get there and not stopping us before we start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Ringrose, the Regional Wildlife Biologist for the GN for the Baffin region. In Baffinland's October 8th, 2021 letter to the NPC, or the Nunavut Planning Commission, they state, mobile protection measures are already applied at Mary River. Mobile protection measures are being discussed in these hearings as an alternative to conditional or limited use. This is in reference to seasonal exploration activities. It is my understanding that these were a concept for exploration projects in areas with migratory caribou herds. In my experience, I have not heard of these measures being used for static infrastructure, such as Mary River or for island herds such as Baffin caribou. Can Baffinland please elaborate on what they are referring to when they say these mobile protection measures are being applied at Mary River? What seasonality or mobile infrastructure are they referring to? And I understand you may need to respond in writing. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Hammermans, Baffinland. And thank you, John, for that question and ability to respond. I think it's just a matter of semantics, and we can discuss some more standardized terminology for this. But when we say mobile protection, we're talking about applying protections to caribou when caribou are present. So that's the simplest form that I could relay that in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question from the registered?
They had a report with respect to the road. I remember at a meeting with NERV, they were asked, Baffinland was asked if their roads had ever been crossed by caribou. They were not able to answer that at that time. And what's the situation now with that? Have caribou not crossed any roads yet? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Mike Setterington, wildlife biologist for Baffinland. Thank you, Mr. Okalik, for the question. So any caribou encounters the project has, they are documented in our annual reports, examples of which we had up on screen earlier. We've had very few caribou encounters, as you've heard. We did have a caribou encounter on January 20th, 2020, and that was a crossing of the road several times by an individual caribou. That was documented very well. And it's included in annual reports that are on public record with the Nunavut Impact Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to ask further questions? Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your response. And you said you had the only one caribou that crossed. Have you looked into why the caribou are not using the road so much? Is it because there's too much traffic on there, or have you looked into why the caribou see the road as a blockade? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mike Setterington for Baffinland. This is a very project-specific question, perhaps getting beyond the NPC's mandate, but the question is about why is it only one caribou? Do they see the road as a barrier? That is a distinct focus of our monitoring work. We can go into discussions about the North Baffin Island caribou ecology, how little they move. As the regional biologist that was at the microphone earlier noted, they are not migratory caribou. We do not expect these caribou to be crossing the road very often. We the collaring data that we had earlier in the years of the project show these caribou move very little. It's very different from the mainland caribou, such as the examples that you've heard at this hearing as well too for the Meadowbank and Melodine projects. Very different caribou, very different movement patterns. Thank you.
Looking at the clock, I believe we will take a break. And after the break, the GM will come back and we still have questions for them. And round of applause for backing up.
15 minutes.
I'll ask the registered participants if they have any questions for the GN. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Understanding the government of Nunavut's position that there should be very few full-year limited use protections. I would like to understand if information developed by the Department of Environment, in particular biologists within the Department of Environment, also support this position, and if we can have access to all of the documents that they have prepared, including documents prepared as far back as 2016 that look to analyzing the methods that the government now looks to be relying on. Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. We're just discussing with our colleagues here for the answer.
René Meeks about the Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. I just want to clarify the preamble to your question. We're not recommending very few limited areas. We didn't make that that distinction. We just think that there's an extensive use of limited use in the plan as presented. As for the information that fed into our position, what specifically are you asking for? Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I would be asking for the Government of Nunavut to provide to the Commission and to the public documents from the Department of Environment, particularly the biologists in the Department of Environment. That could include emails, could include reports that look at this whole of government approach. As a citizen of Nunavut, I would like to understand what the expertise that is within my government is developing, both on the environment side and on the labor force and economic development side. So with regards to caribou, the Government of Nunavut has some of the most experienced caribou experts in the world, and yet we do not have any of their information in front of us or in front of the Commission. Very specifically, beyond that general request, there was a report that was drafted in 2016, and that report deals with my understanding of measures that could be taken other than protecting habitat year-round. My understanding is that report does not support the position that the Government of Nunavut is currently taking. I think it's important that we as the public understand how that decision to bring this position forward now has been taken and what you're relying on it to take it. If expertise in your own government is contrary, it would be good public practice to show us that information and then explain why you're taking a different position than what is being put forward by the advice of your expert biologists. Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you, Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. We have a whole of government approach when it comes to the Government of Nunavut's position as it pertains to the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. So there's a lot of different information that's taken into account when an entity such as the Government of Nunavut, that's comprised of many different departments and agencies, have to come to a recommendation or a position such as the position that the Government of Nunavut has taken, and that does include some of the information provided by our biologists. And now I'm going to pass the microphone on to legal counsel. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Eamon Carroll, legal counsel, Government of Nunavut. I would just add, in terms of all documents, emails, and such, these are all available through access to information requests. We don't file them with the NPC because they're not necessarily all relevant. They're not all pertinent, and they would be overwhelming, the amount of documents that a government can produce in a week, let alone since 2016. We do have them. We do have strict archival regulations. We do keep them. We do allow any resident, any Nunavummian, to access them through an access to information request. There are relatively few exceptions, and these exceptions are overseen by the Information and Privacy Commissioner. In regards to the specific 2016 document that was referenced, I will hand it to my colleague, Michelle.
Thank you. Go ahead with
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I need a little bit more clarification with respect to the 2016 report. I know, Mr. Crawley, you made reference to positions or information that wildlife biologists had put forward and recommendations. And I'm thinking of a couple of documents in particular, and I'm wondering if you could just be a little bit more specific so we could help you access that information best.
Go ahead.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I'll take both documents then. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I've only heard tell of it. And it's not me who needs it. I mean, I would love to see it. But I think it's the Commission and all of us who are taking part in these hearings need this information. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ranemi Ixavauta, Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. I believe the report that you're referring to was produced by Stephen Atkinson and a reference to mobile protection measures and their efficacy. And yes, that paper is publicly available, and we can provide it to the Commission and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Understanding the position of the Government of Nunavut is that while at the moment the draft land use plan has an area equivalent to the size of Spain, France, and Germany that is open to potential mining, areas that are important caribou areas, they are suggesting it is worth the risk to open them up because of potential economic development. Can the government of Nunavut point to its labor force predictions that enable it to say that there will be, by opening up, taking this risk and opening up these areas for potential development, sufficient amount of jobs will be created, and that those jobs will be matched to the labor force of Nunavut and likely to be filled by Inuit? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You can respond.
Thank you for the question. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. I believe the best way to state that is that we're not asking the Nunavut Planning Commission to open it up. It's open now. We're just asking them not to close it. I think that's the best way to state it. And just hold on a second. I'll add to it. Sorry, we're asking to close it seasonally. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Are there labor force analysis that you can provide to the Commission and to us and the public that demonstrate that the risk of not closing these areas is worth it because it's going to create jobs that will be well matched to the Nunavut workforce and is likely to be filled by Inuit? Thank you.
Thank you. You can respond.
Diana Pierre, Government of Nunavut. We do have some information on the amount of Inuit that are currently employed. Within the mining sector, it is considered the largest private employer of Nunavummiut and currently employs more than 1,000 Inuit across the three major projects. And looking ahead to the next decade, as we mentioned in our presentation, as many as 10,000 youth will enter the labor market. And so we see the opportunity of employment within the mining sector. And in addition to that, there are offshoot sectors and employment opportunities, business development opportunities, and other investments that would contribute to the economic benefit. More broadly, mining generates revenue that benefits governments, as well as the regional Inuit associations, Nunavut Tungavik. And for the government of Nunavut, revenues from mining include the Nunavut payroll tax, the Nunavut petroleum tax, and the Nunavut property tax. And in 2019, this was approximately $15.4 million from the three largest mineral developers in Nunavut. And some of the opportunity cannot be measured. We mentioned critical minerals in our presentation, which is a group of minerals and metals that are essential for renewable and green energy technologies. Green technology is exploding globally due to the climate crisis. and the economic importance could be significant to Nunavut. So these are some of the economic benefits and employment figures. And again, we recognize that these benefits do need to be balanced with our responsibility for environmental stewardship and wildlife management. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ask your question. World Wildlife Fund. The report made with Inuit traditional knowledge I was raised by my parents when we would go caribou hunting. I was not allowed to cry. I was told not to tease the caribou, and this is Inuit traditional knowledge. I was in the land of the caribou, so I don't have to tease them or because they are skittish. And I was told not to leave any kind of garbage or dirt onto their land. And you, as the government, are asking us to follow this, and we're looking at where they give birth, and you don't mind if their lands are polluted. You don't mind if they're mined on. And how is that using Inuit traditional knowledge? Is that how you're going to use Inuit traditional knowledge? That is my first question. Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. If we just have a minute to confer, thank you. Thank you, Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. Mining does disturb the environment and the ground, and we just have to concede that it does not conform to Inuit Kalyumayatokangit because you are taking stuff away from the ground. And there are improvements to the mining industry where there's less impact and there's remediation afterwards. That brings the land back to the way it was before or as close to it. So mining has greatly increased over the last few decades. But generally, we concede that, yes, it really doesn't follow IQ. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead with your other question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Guerra, World Wildlife Fund. Here in Baffin Island, we were born, and we were not allowed to hunt caribou. We had to follow the law, and some of us didn't mind. So, because we wanted the caribou to increase in numbers. But as caribou, they need to eat, and they eat from the land. And so the government, what they propose to use, that caribou food will eat up more caribou food. If there's mining there, they will use up more food on land. Why is it that the mining companies aren't made to pay fines, while we, the Ainu who live here, are made to pay by through food insecurity? The government should try and treat everyone equally and try and halt production on caribou lands, especially on their birthing grounds. Can you try and think of other ways? What you want to use, you need to fix what the process that you want to use. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may respond. Go ahead.
Thank you. Henry Coleman, Government of Nunavut. I believe that was more of a statement, and we'll be taking that back to our offices for that. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the registered participants? Diego, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. I have questions in a couple of directions I'd like to ask the Government of Nunavut. First is with regards to grandfathering and also allowing for linear infrastructure to access grandfathered areas. I would like to know what the Government of Nunavut research indicates in terms of the impacts of roads and linear infrastructure on caribou and caribou herds, and if this was taken into account when this position to not only allow grandfathering but linear infrastructure associated with grandfathering like railroads or roads be also included. Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Academics about Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Yes, we acknowledge that linear infrastructure can cause disturbance to caribou. And yes, that information fed into our current position. Overall, we need to find a balance between the conservation and economic development. And currently, that is the Government of Nunavut's position.
Thank you. Go ahead, do you have them?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. With regards to seasonal closures, would these be automatic, happening at the same time every year in certain areas, or would they rely on caribou appearing at the area and then action being taken when caribou appear? And depending on your answer, I'll have follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Honorable Iksavata, Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Those seasonal restrictions are being recommended on a case-by-case basis. It will depend on the location, on the herd, on the particular project. And in general, yes, it will be a complete shutdown. A seasonal shutdown will be a complete shutdown of the mine or of the development project. And that would typically happen at the same time if you're dealing with one project in particular. So yes, it would be happening at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. We heard in the Kavalik regional hearings from the Agnico Eagle, that closures are very expensive. In order to have certainty, has the government of Nunavut been able to establish these seasons and when projects would be shut down? I understand that you've said that it would be on a case-by-case basis, perhaps reliant on the Nunavut Impact Review Board conditions, but so far the evidence is that those conditions have not worked with the one mine where these have been in place. So are you suggesting a different approach, such as automatic closures that would happen, and would mines and those in the mining industry understand these right off the bat before they invest in an area for exploration? Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Iksavata, Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Yes, we have provided the Commission with the seasonal windows where caribou are present in certain areas. And those would be provided to the proponents before they begin investment. But generally speaking, again, it would be on a case-by-case basis. And I apologize, I think I forgot the second part of your question. Could you repeat it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So I'm just trying to understand this, and hopefully it's helpful to the rest of the room. You have provided the dates and seasons. Does that mean there would be automatic closures during those dates and seasons?
Go ahead.
Honorable Iksavata, Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Yes, typically we would recommend that those be automatic closures. But again, it's on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the changing conditions. It depends on the particular situation and the project itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So such conditions could be included in a conditional use zoning, for instance.
Go ahead.
Honorable Iksavata, Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. That is correct.
Go ahead and ask another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Such information is reliant on up-to-date collaring information. This collaring information is very expensive to obtain. My understanding through the years of being in Nunavut is that this is something that has been very difficult for the government of Nunavut to keep up with on a regular basis. Does the government of Nunavut have a new plan for collaring, and does it have the budget to implement that plan? Baffin Island being a course, very interesting case where collaring has only recently been occurring. Will there be a robust, well-funded program for collaring caribou going forward throughout all of Nunavut? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You may respond.
Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. I think I'm going to pass this to our regional wildlife biologist, John Ringrose, to answer. Thank you.
John Ringrose, Regional Wildlife Biologist for the Government of Nunavut. So, for the last couple years, we've been working with HTOs and co-management partners to develop a collaring program for Baffin Island. Caribou collaring, that is. And we managed to place a few collars out in North Baffin in 2020. And we were unable to place any collars out last year due to some concerns with COVID, so we decided to cancel that program. But our goal is to continue to work with HTOs and co-management partners, and we're ambitious that we will be able to place collars out on Baffin Island in the near future. And we're working on funding arrangements with the federal government as well as other industry partners.
Any other questions from the registered participants? Jonathan, table. Before I go to Charlie, I know Charlie had a question too. So, as chair, go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I just wanted to follow up to provide a little bit of certainty on the exchange that just occurred regarding the seasonal closures that the government of Nunavut is proposing. Our current understanding of your recommendation is that on caribou seasonal habitats, rather than including year-round prohibitions, to include seasonal plan requirements based on the table of dates that you provided in previous submissions. And our understanding is that those would effectively result in automatic stoppages of activities during those specified dates. And just in your responses, you'd indicated in some contexts that that would be applied on a case-by-case basis. And that has just caused a little bit of confusion over here. So I'm wondering if you can clarify specifically whether those seasonal dates that were provided by the government of Nunavut would result in work stoppages for all activities, and then separately, if that is the case, how the GN would imagine that applying to operating mines as an example. Thank you.
Go ahead, you may respond.
It's about Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. Yes, Jonathan, I can see the confusion. I apologize. The case-by-case basis I was referring to was at the NERB stage, at the Nunavut Impact Review Board stage, after it receives positive conformity determination. And yes, we do recommend that those seasonal shutdowns are automatic as part of the plan, and then additional mitigation measures can be applied in the impact review phase. And I apologize, I forgot the second question. Sorry.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Daniel, for the clarification. That's very helpful. We're just further curious about how those intended automatic closures would apply to an operating mine, given the difficulties and cost involved of those, rather than to activities like exploration camps, which presumably more easily could have automatically scheduled work stoppages. Thank you.
Thank you.
About Daniel Haney, Government of Nunavut. As mentioned, those restrictions would be in the plan, and so a project proponent would be aware of them prior to their project being approved, and so they would have to build that into their project, and they would have to evaluate whether that is feasible for them and make the decision whether it's worth pursuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the GN team. We know that they're pressed for time. I just wanted to circle back to Eamon. You had a comment about the information being available through ATIP and whatnot, and we're all working together here for the common goal of an informed land use plan. And I'm wondering if the GN has studies and opinions taking a position on the caribou protection, in particular any reports from the GN caribou experts that could help guide the Commission and others to understand the GN's position on this important topic. If you could please provide those reports so they're on record so all parties could see them. And I think following good IQ principles of working together in openness and transparency, that is what this Commission and others foster. So we would encourage you to provide us with those reports if possible. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, you may respond.
Thank you, Chair. Eamon Carroll, Department of Justice. Yes, I believe we committed to providing those reports at an earlier hearing, and they are readily available, and we are happy to share them. My response is more about in the context of the question. They mentioned emails from between biologists and such, and all documentation. In terms of reports, we're happy to share them. Finished products, we're happy to share them. In terms of all of the documentation that the government has, it is available through, as you referred to the acronym for the information and privacy requests. That is readily available, but when we provide materials to the Commission, we identify them based on materiality and the fact that they are finished. And I believe we already committed to providing these reports at, if I'm not mistaken, the Rankin Inlet hearing. So I was more addressing the all documentation, emails, and such. Those are readily available to anyone that requests them through the information and privacy process and freedom of information process. But we're not going to use a term of art, document dump the Commission with everything that the wildlife biologists have produced in 22 years of working.
Thank you. Are you done? Charlie had a question. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll backtrack a little bit to a statement I was going to make for you when back when I was here. They were saying that they have 5 kilometer. They were saying that they would have a 5-kilometer boundary where they wouldn't do anything in that 5 kilometers. I don't know the exact details about the 5 kilometers, but they have looked at the land. It's all Inuit-owned land. There are many Inukshuks up there. And there are other man-made things up there. And there's a Pingimayuk. There's a place called Pingimayuk is where people from the community of Pond and Igloolik, perhaps Artie Bay and Clyde River, they would meet there, and sometimes they would meet their spouses up there. And they'll be going through that place, and it's kind of a hill. And this is a major caribou site for Inuit. And even an elder who was about to die told me that when there are no caribou in the area, when you can't see any caribou in the area, go to that Pingimayo and you may see caribou. And that hill is located on the route of the miners. So I believe that 5 kilometer needs to be changed to make it further away. In the future, there will be other mines operating in the area. And so we would want this kilometer distance applied to others. And I want GN to support me on this. Yeah, I'm trying to rush, Mr. Chair. I will tell this. Yeah, perhaps really short one because we have lots of stories and we are not able to get to say what we want to say. If you did not know who I am, I'm Charlie Norrell from HDO. I do wish to request money. We don't have an opportunity here. The high Arctic people, we have the same ocean with them, we have the same sea ice. Before January 10, close to January 10, either from NTI or from the federal government or GN. I want monies given to me, given to us, given to the HTOs. I want them to have their own meetings, and then we would have more documents that we would give to you. We need to look at the documents that we would give to you in closer detail. We know that this meeting won't be enough for all our statements with respect to water and lands. And so I'm requesting that you guys give me money for us to be able to hold meetings with the HCOs of the communities surrounding us. All our Narwhal are usually in this area, and the federal government DFO did studies, and they start the Narwhal at Arctic Bay first, and they had moved to Naliat, our Narwhal populations. And we want to explain these matters, Mr. Chair. And thank you. I'll end my statement right here. Thank you. Yeah, you were talking about any traditional knowledge. We're recording your statements. So we'll add those to our thing to think about. Thank you. Gian needs to leave. I'm sorry, Naaman had his hand up. I apologize. But Gian needs to leave. They need to be at the airport. Thank you. We were glad that you were able to go back to the table, and thank you for your responses. And we were not leaving until tomorrow. And you had your schedule set up for today. Thank you, and a round of applause for GM. The Nunavut Water Board.
Prepared statement.
Yeah, the Salvage will have to come back this evening after the Nunavut Water Board's presentation. We will delay their questioning to this evening. And we have a person from the Nunavut Water Board. You may start at any time. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Asol Kubeisinova, and I'm a technical advisor with the Nunavut Water Board. The Nunavut Water Board would like to present its comments and recommendations on the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. I will start with an overview of the Water Board's mandate, explain the reasons why the board is the participant in this process, provide the summary of the board's review of this draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, list the ways anyone can contact the board in regards to the board's review of this draft land use plan, and then I will be able to take your questions and record your comments. The Nunavut Water Board is an institution of public government established under Article 13 of the Nunavut Agreement. It has responsibilities and powers over regulation, use, and management of fresh water in the Nunavut settlement area. The objects of the Nunavut Water Board are to provide for the conservation and utilization of waters in Nunavut, except in the national park, in a manner that will provide the optimum benefit from those waters for Nunavut's residents in particular and Canadians in general. So, as I mentioned, the board has responsibilities and powers over the regulations, use, and management of fresh water or inland waters within Nunavut. The board's primary function is to license uses of water and deposits of waste. The Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act states, subject to subsection 2, no person shall use or permit the use of waters in Nunavut except in accordance with the conditions of a license. The exceptions to those uses are the uses unlicensed by regulations, domestic use, uses in cases of emergency, and use in national park. So why is the Nunavut Water Board participating in this review process of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan? And that is because the Nunavut Agreement directs the board to do so. The Nunavut Agreement states, the Nunavut Water Board shall contribute fully to the development of land use plans as they relate to water in the Nunavut settlement area by providing its recommendations to the Nunavut Planning Commission. In support of our obligations under the Nunavut Agreement, the NWB, or the Nunavut Water Board, is working jointly with a steering committee, which includes the Nunavut Planning Commission, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, regional Inuit associations, the Government of Nunavut, and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs to develop a Nunavut water management strategy. The strategy will create a unified vision for water management in Nunavut, ensure that policies and regulatory activities support sustainable water management and consider cumulative effects, uphold the principles of Inuit Qawimaya, play a role in transboundary watershed agreements, and consider the devolution process. So during the public hearings, the Water Board will be listening to the discussions and has been listening to these discussions of water management issues and priorities to help inform the further development of the strategy. And here are the results of the review of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan as performed by the board. So the first issue is buffers around caribou crossings. The board requested clarification from the Commission about whether the 10-kilometer buffers around freshwater crossings that limit activities designated as incompatible uses would operate to limit activities for 10 kilometers along a watercourse where there is a crossing. So in discussions with the Commission staff, this issue has been resolved. In regards to caribou freshwater crossings, there is another comment that the board provided. The Nunavut Water Board asked how freshwater caribou crossings currently identified in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan would be updated by the Commission. The board also identified that if, during water licensing, the Nunavut Water Board receives information regarding changes to the existing crossings, the board will continue to consider this information in its licensing decisions. The next issue concerns the activities in proposed territorial parks. The board identified that the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan limits uses of water in territorial parks to a term of 5 years or less. This limit may be inconsistent with the discretion of the board, which authorizes the board to authorize the use of water for a term of up to 25 years, or the duration of the undertaking using the water. The board requested clarification from the Commission as to how the 5-year limit on water use would be applied. And yesterday, during the Government of Canada's presentation, we heard that the Government of Canada has withdrawn that recommendation. The board noted that there may be some confusion about terminology in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan and used by the Water Board, and recommended that a description or a definition of the term community water supply watershed be added to the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan to clearly define these areas, and to clarify that the term community water supply watershed is not intended to overlap or replace water management areas as defined in the Nunavut water regulations. The board noted the Commission's commitment to consider, during its review of the draft plan, the emergence of relevant policy initiatives from planning partners. The board identified that the steering committee's work to develop the Nunavut water management strategy is highly relevant to water management aspects of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The strategy will reflect watershed, regional, and territorial issues and priorities around fresh water. The board thanks the Commission for the opportunity to attend these public hearings and would also like to thank all those who have been willing to share their knowledge, comments, and views about water management issues and priorities throughout this process. We would also like to thank the community of Pond Inlet for welcoming us. And here you can see the contact information of the board staff that you can contact to discuss the board's comments and recommendations for this draft Nunavut land use plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll be back this evening. Let's go for supper now, and we'll reconvene at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for coming back. We have Nunavut Water Board on the table. We are now going to question the presenters. We don't have any questions from NPC employees, the table, communities. Thank you, Charlie Norak, HTO, Pond Inlet. Thank you, Chair. I have a short question. I think it's just a comment. Thank you, Water Board, for your presentation. Your presentation was well put together. The Nunavut water, fresh water, it appears that your organization is doing very well. The water is a very sensitive issue, and it's everywhere. So the top layer is moved by the wind. As a whale would create a wave as it travels. And sometimes the whales, when they travel, they are sometimes blown aside. But if they were bigger whales, will wind then have no power over larger mammals. It's common knowledge that most mammals travel upwind. It's always their direction. The waves are created and mammals travel much better in deeper waters. And we are now seeing mammals that are not traditional inhabitants of the Arctic Ocean. Now we're seeing new species. One in particular, killer whales, the orcas, are starting to arrive in numbers. And many of us are concerned of these species coming in. And land claims agreement signed by NPI also have a deep tax to take care of dealing with all forms of government. Now, as in general, the mammals, different species, the new species coming in. Some of the mammals we have up here, they do migrate, and there are very few that dwells year-round up here, for instance, for seals. Everything changes, and we don't know what else will change, so we have to be careful looking after these species, the mammals. So, having said that, I have a question now. Nunavut Water Board, you are diligent. You need to state your case before January 10, before this file is closed. So, how are you in partnership with this land use plan? This group is not dealing in salt water. I just want to
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understood you correctly, you were relaying a concern about marine wildlife. The Nunavut Water Board's mandate does not extend to marine areas. The board's mandate is in regards to freshwater and inland waters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have concerns after hearing Larry. The ice caps in their community, their areas, are melting out. And a cargo ship one time, a Chinese cargo ship, traveled through Lancaster Sound. And it was a big deal then. And it was a big deal because this particular company cut their travel time by 2 weeks from China to European port. So if that is good to the shipping companies, we are going to have an awful lot of traffic. And Larry, who is with HTO in Greasefjord, mentioned that that traffic alone wasn't very comfortable, and it's only going to get worse with travel time being cut by 2 weeks. And I don't think we have any proper policies to deal with heavier traffic that will start coming in through Lancaster Sound, which is teeming with all forms of teeming, orcas, seals, spring seals, walrus, and other species are living in that area, coming in and out throughout that sound to either side of the oceans. And Lancaster Sound is also full of ptarmigan. Arctic Bay, when I was living there, we used to travel by boat to that area. And as a youngster, we experienced abundant ptarmigans. And they are still there today. I don't think it would be a problem if something was to occur in the waters. I like to know if you ever have meet a boat to see what troubles could occur in that area and suggest to NPC how they should proceed in their land use planning. Federal government appears to be letting the traffic come and go as the vessels please. So suppose some regulations was to come into effect. This is Nunavut Water Board. They have just mentioned that they don't deal in salt water, the oceans. And although your comments are recorded, I just wanted to let you know that this organization do not deal in sea and sea mammals. They deal in freshwater, but your concerns are noted. They're recorded. It has nothing to do with Nunavut Water Board, Marty. Thank you, Chair Marcy Kologotok, Hamlet of Greasefield.
As you may be aware, in Greasefield, we have had water issues over the last couple of years. Not so much because of nature, but so much of mechanical. But having said that, the community consume approximately about 6 million liters of water each year. We're in a little bit different situation compared to other communities in that we don't have a reservoir. Instead, we have water tanks similar to those in other communities of their fuel tanks. Instead of fuel, they are filled with water. Our water source is primarily, if not 100%, from glacier melt and snow melt. Not so much of rainwater, although we do get some of it as supplement. Our question or comment is in your submission or to the water board, to the planning commission rather. Are there any provisions about glacier melt? Although we realize and understand that it is not going to, we are not going to run out of water immediately. But we all know that glaciers are receding, and so that automatically means that so is our water source. And the different, we have realized and learned that different rivers and streams have different turbidity, for example. And we have learned that smaller creeks have less turbidity than the larger rivers. So therefore, we try to avoid, if at all possible, the larger rivers as our water source. I guess our question is any plans or anything that about the glacial melt, or can you comment on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you for that question. And in our submission to the Nunavut Planning Commission, as well as this presentation this evening, we mentioned that the board is part of the steering committee for the development of the Nunavut water management strategy. And that is the strategy for how fresh water is going to be managed all over the territory. right now there is no strategy like that in place. Excuse me. And what we've heard from the communities so far is that there is quite a bit of concern over the availability of drinking water. And so this is something that when the steering committee is going to be doing its consultations for the strategy that we've talked about a little bit during the breaks, this is definitely something that we want to hear from the communities. Another side of this issue is the fact that the government of Nunavut's Community and Government Services manages the way municipalities access their drinking water for every hamlet in Nunavut except for the city of Iqaluit. And the government of Nunavut applies for water licenses, for water license amendments on behalf of the hamlets. And adding or replacing a water source is very much a subject of a water license application. So if you'd like a bit of a more short-term solution, this is, exploring it with the Community and Government Services is the first step. However, on a bigger scale, the steering committee for the Nunavut Water Management Strategy would like to hear about that and understand what the concerns are and what the possible solutions are in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If you have further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. We are in constant working mode with the government, and specifically the Community and Government Services Department. We have been very grateful for their assistance and other assistance that are and knowledge sharing with other various agencies and departments. That is not an issue, really. So, but yes, we were just looking for a bigger scope, long-term scope, a plan or submission that might be had for a purpose. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is a concern on the bigger scale is definitely something that the steering committee for the strategy would like to hear from you. And throughout these hearings, we have been listening to a lot of concern from the communities on the effects of climate change, especially on drinking water. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Marty.
Larry Outlook, Ivan HCO, Friends of Walrus. Tema, I want to mention or ask a question on the issue of ballast water that is taken out every time when the jet goes back south empty. And where is that water going? Are you going to have a report as part of your Nunavut Planning Commission report? And would I be able to look at it sometime when it's, when it's done, or after or before January 10. Because I think as Canadians, we take water for granted. And especially in the north, we grew up with glacier, water everywhere. But we all know around the world, water is gold. And are we prepared for the future if somebody found a way to extract ice and water from the Nunavut and we find ourselves suddenly we don't have enough? So I just wanted to close that with that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kobisinova, Nunavut Water Board. And I would also like to introduce my colleague. This is Jesse O'Brien, consultant to the board. So thank you for that question. There are two parts to it, as I understand. First, that's the ballast water, and I believe you're concerned about the ballast water from the ships. Yeah, and so this is a marine issue. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, thanks. This would be, then in this case, it would be dealt on a case-by-case basis. The board reviews licenses and license applications on a project-by-project basis. So we would need to see where exactly that waste is going to in a given area, and what the concerns are. Part of our licensing process is public review, and so the public is able to give feedback on where a project would deposit its waste, such as ballast water. On your second point on the future of fresh water in Nunavut, this is again something that the Nunavut water management strategy would address. And so thank you very much for expressing that concern. We are recording all the concerns, and we will be bringing that to the steering committee, and this will be looked at and addressed during the consultation stage for the strategy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Eric. Further questions?
Thank
you, Nathan. Light River HTO. They're our community. Have you looked at our freshwater system in our community? Just wanted to know what situation we're in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kobisinova, Nunavut Water Board. We do have a water license for the hamlet of Clyde River. I'm not personally familiar with that, so I can take your questions to our technical team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please state your name. Nation Akila Clyde River HTO.
Have you tested some in our water, fresh water, near Clyde River or Clyde River?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kobisinova, Nunavut Water Board. The hamlet, under the conditions of the water license, the hamlet is testing its facilities. waste deposited from those facilities. As for drinking water, the board does not regulate drinking water in Nunavut. That is something that is done by the government of Nunavut's Department of Health. However, there is some required testing that is done to see what the possible impacts of releasing waste, municipal waste, into the environment, what the impacts on the fresh water are for a given municipality or a given project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One more question. Nation Akadak.
Nation HTO.
To show me you know
We are aware that that's coming in from Baffinland mine. It's flowing very widely, and they're quite close to our community. And this dust is starting to come into our water sources. I think this is just a comment, it's not a question. Do you have a question?
Nation Akadak,
Flood River HTO. I just wanted to know a sort of question that's coming into our community and our lakes. Has it arrived? We are concerned about that. What does Water Board know?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kubisinova, Nunavut Water Board. I will take your question to our technical team because I'm not quite familiar with the Hamlet's license and the results of the testing. So if I could maybe during the break, I could get your contact information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nation Akadak, Flood River HTO, thank you. Morgan, here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Kate Seitlo, member for HTO. I wish to ask this question. The lakes near Resolute Bay, I think, became polluted. I'm not sure what caused that. It had landlocked fish in there, and people were saying they had mercury. And so I want clarification on where I guess the mercury comes from. Thank you. That's also outside the scope of our jurisdiction, as told Nation that you can get a response during a break. And I'll make sure to talk to you at the break. Thank you. I don't have any other names. I'll ask the audience if any committee members from Pond Inlet have any questions with respect to the Water Board's report? We have none. Thank you. Charlie, go ahead and ask. Mr. Chair, thank you. Statements made, I think there were three regarding outside of the hamlet. And Pana Reservoir is said to be outside municipal limits, and we need lots of water. That reservoir is pretty small. The hamlet will have to think about getting a bigger reservoir. I'm wondering what NPC is doing to plan for our water sources. What else do we need to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sol Kubisinova, Nunavut Water Board. In regards to the sizing of your water storage reservoir, that is something that Government of Nunavut's Community and Government Services, that would be within their mandate. The infrastructure, municipal infrastructure that is looked after, sorry, I will rephrase that. Hamlet's municipal infrastructure is usually being licensed with the help of the Government of Nunavut's Community and Government Services. So because the technical support for the hamlets, financial support, engineering support comes from the Community and Government Services, that is something that we would advise for the hamlet to discuss with the GN. Once that is worked out between the hamlet and the GN, then the Government of Nunavut would be applying either for a license modification or a license amendment. And this is where the Water Board's process starts, with a public review and then the board's decision on whether to issue that and grant that modification or amendment of the license. Same as, this would be the same path as a hamlet would be advised to take in regards to adding another drinking water source. So again, the initial stage would be a discussion with the Government of Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That was understandable. Are you done? I don't have any more names. Round of applause for the Nunavut Water Board. And it will now be the Nunavut Marine Council, and it will be the same person reporting. And she's ready. Thank you. Go ahead. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here today. My name is Asol Kobisinova, and I'm a technical advisor with the Nunavut Water Board. I'm going to be providing an overview presentation of the Nunavut Marine Council and how the Council fits into the Nunavut land use planning process. I would like to thank the Nunavut Marine Council Policy Advisor, Colleen Parker, for preparing this presentation, and the Nunavut Marine Council Working Group members for their input. Unfortunately, Colleen was unable to be here today to present. The Nunavut Marine Council is defined in the Nunavut Agreement under Article 15, and then further defined in the Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The NERB, the NWB, the NPC, and the NWMB may jointly, together as a Nunavut Marine Council, or individually, advise and make recommendations to government agencies regarding the marine areas in the Nunavut settlement area. And government must consider such advice and recommendations in making decisions which affect marine areas. Rather than create a standalone organization for marine management, like another institution of public government, the Nunavut Agreement provides a mechanism allowing the four organizations to use their collective experience and coordinate to provide advice on issues affecting the marine areas of the Nunavut settlement area. The function of the Nunavut Marine Council extends each of the institution of public government's day-to-day responsibilities and provides an additional role with regards to marine management and avoids duplication. The geographic scope of that mandate is defined under Section 1.1.1 of the Nunavut Agreement. Marine areas means that part of Canada's internal waters or territorial sea, whether open or ice-covered, lying within the Nunavut settlement area, but does not include inland waters. For greater certainty, the reference to internal waters or territorial sea includes the seabed and subsoil below those internal waters or territorial sea. The key organizational milestones have included the establishment of the Nunavut Marine Policy Advisory Council, which included working together on a council discussion paper, draft terms of reference, a draft memorandum of understanding, and the publication of a Nunavut Marine Issues Action Plan. The formal establishment of the Nunavut Marine Council in December 1998, and the reaffirmation by the Nunavut Marine Council members to the Nunavut Marine Council and updated terms of reference in 2008. Further organizational milestones have included the development of the Council's Memorandum of Understanding, a workshop to develop the business case and creation of a business case, the launch of the Council's website, the publication of the Nunavut Marine Council, An Important Voice for Nunavut's Marine Areas by Heather Rasmussen in the Journal of Ocean Technology in 2016, and Colleen Parker began as the Nunavut Marine Council Policy Advisor in October 2019 in order to support the implementation of the strategic plan. Building on the language in the Nunavut Agreement, the business case developed by the Council in 2012 and the 2017 Strategic Planning Workshop, the Nunavut Marine Council adopts the following vision for itself over the 2018-2023 period: to be an active, effective, and respected voice on marine issues for Nunavummiut. The Nunavut Marine Council will achieve its vision by performing 3 key functions as part of its mission: by raising awareness, providing advice, and undertaking advocacy, ensure the ongoing protection and wise use of the marine areas of the Nunavut settlement area for the long-term benefit of Inuit, the people of Nunavut, and the people of Canada, in a manner consistent with the principles of Inuit Qawimaitukangit and Article 15 of the Nunavut Agreement. The strategic plan outlines 3 key functions as part of this mission in a manner consistent with the principles of Inuit Qawimaitukangit and Article 15 of the Nunavut Agreement, as I've mentioned, and that is raising awareness, providing advice, and undertaking advocacy. The Nunavut Marine Council is composed of the chairperson and the Nunavut Marine Council representative from the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Planning Commission, the Nunavut Water Board, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board. Each institution of public government is responsible for nominating their council representative. The chairperson and the council representative from each of the 4 institutions of public government represent the interests of their respective boards or commission during twice-yearly Nunavut Marine Council meetings. A staff-level working group has been established with the executive directors and senior staff representing each member institution of public government, along with the Nunavut Marine Council Policy Advisor. This working group is responsible for implementing the Nunavut Marine Council strategic plan. The Council and the working group operate by working together and through consensus decision-making. Under the Nunavut Marine Council strategic plan, there are 2 main goals. The first is to establish the Council as a key voice on marine shipping, and the second is to establish the Council as a key voice on marine conservation. Under these 2 main goal areas, the Council will achieve its vision by performing the 3 key functions I introduced earlier as part of its mission: awareness, advice, advocacy. The Council undertakes awareness work through public engagement, which includes public education and engagement activities. It involves increased awareness of what the Council is and its mandate and activities for the public and government agencies, as well as increasing the awareness of issues of importance to Nunavummiut within the marine areas of Nunavut for the Nunavut Marine Council. Some of awareness activities have included developing a new website, establishing a social media presence, and conducting a logo contest. Participating in regional and federal level marine meetings that included the Nunavut Marine Conservation Target Steering Committee, Canadian Marine Advisory Council, Arctic Shipping Forum, Coastal Zone Canada Conference. Advice and advocacy work has focused on providing recommendations to the Government of Canada. Some recommendations have been produced in the form of a response to ban on heavy fuel oil in May 2020. Comments on the ocean noise strategy in January 2021. Comments on the blue economy strategy in June 2021. And comments on the National Marine Conservation Area Policy in March 2022. The Nunavut Land Use Plan applies to all projects and project proposals within the Nunavut Settlement Area and Outer Land Fast Ice Zone. The Council is acting as an observer in the Nunavut Land Use Plan process in order to inform recommendations and advice to government agencies about non-project shipping, which is outside of the scope of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. The Nunavut Marine Council's potential recommendations and advice are very broad, relating to the marine environment in Nunavut, and are informed by the information shared in the individual institution of public government's processes, including these public hearings. The Nunavut Marine Council is aware that in the past, participants in the land use planning process have suggested that the Council be involved in the process as an outlet for marine issues. The hope with this presentation is that there is a greater understanding of the role of the Nunavut Marine Council in the process. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Nunavut Marine Council as an organization made up of the Nunavut Planning Commission, Nunavut Impact Review Board, Nunavut Water Board, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, with a mandate to provide advice and recommendations on marine areas to government. I'm very happy to take comments and answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have no questions from the staff with respect to her report. Any questions from the community members? Thank you. I'll probably talk about something outside of NPC's mandate. I tend to talk about the marine ocean. We don't see these organizations very much. We probably do, but we don't know who they are. Well, COVID had halted a whole bunch of things, and now it's much easier to meet. And we do need to deal with these waters, and the Canadian government needs to be ready for the dead organisms that were found on the sea bottom. If there were a lot of dead wildlife in front of us, that would not be good. Or only a few had died off, or what killed them off. We need to know so we can fix that to protect the other wildlife. Is this the document that you're going to present to NPC? Thank you. Go ahead, you can respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sol Kobisinova, here for the Nunavut Marine Council. So the Nunavut Marine Council is attending these hearings to listen to the community's feedback on what their concern over marine shipping and marine conservation, what those concerns are. And these concerns will be brought to the council. In addition to that, as you mentioned, you have not heard much from the council. The council is currently planning a symposium that will bring together representatives from communities and regional organizations and co-management bodies, and also representatives from territorial and federal departments who have a mandate related to the Arctic marine conservation and shipping. So you will be hearing from the council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a friendly response. We discussed this in a little bit. The area behind Resolute and Grease Fjord, we're using Inuit traditional knowledge. Those young seals, very thin seals go up there. Some problems starve when they're abandoned by their mothers. And there's a huge current there, so they're driven up there, and in the fall they come back there nice and fat, and they will become our seal in the area as the current is going year-round. I believe we need to protect the high Arctic. It's where we get our seals from. After they're born here, they go up there and then they return. And all this is inside Nunavut boundaries, all these currents and wildlife. Maybe can deal with this in a rush matter if necessary, as stated by the Grease Fjord and Resolute Bay people, that there was exploration up there and there's probably hazardous wastes, and the barrels will spill from the rust. I know there's a lot of gas up there. I've driven around up there. There are lots of barrels up there. Some of them are probably eroded by rust, and there would be others spilling out onto the ground. I had heard someone say that someone needs to deal with them in a timely manner. How within protecting our wildlife in a vast area with multiple wildlife, has the National Marine Council ever taken this into consideration? Thank you. Yep, we're writing down your statements, we're recording your statements, and we'll add this to our what to think about. Yep, we can hear your statements. Yeah, we're adding these items to our thoughts. Thank you. Elijah wanted to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we heard it looks like this council is there to protect the oceans, if I understood correctly from the statements made. It's not so much about the communities as they've been settlements for a long time. Transportation like ships, aircraft, whatever causes pollution from their motors, engines, and for people who want to mine because they use lots of water. Are you looking for ways to protect either the environment or the ocean? I guess. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asolko Bisinova, here today for the Nunavut Marine Council. Yes, marine shipping and marine conservation is what the Council is focused on. Something of note that I would like to say is that the Council does not work on project-related activities or project proposals. That is something that is within the jurisdiction of the Nunavut Planning Commission and the Nunavut Impact Review Board. However, the Council has been participating in reviews of various initiatives and programs. The Council has contributed to the review of the ban for heavy fuel oil. The Federal Ocean Noise Strategy. It provided comments on the National Marine Conservation Area Policy. And especially we've heard a lot of concern over shipping, the traffic. And that is something that the Council was in discussions about during the discussions on Transport Canada's initiative for the low-impact shipping corridors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Adrian has a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adrian Amnauimayo, HTO. It seems like it's time for me to repeat what I've been saying all along. The habits of our wildlife have completely changed with respect to ships. From all Bapperland ships It seems like we need to get the wildlife further away from the ships. They will affect our wildlife in our marine waters. Thank you. I believe you're the one that I should be talking to, and I do want something done about this. I would want Baffinland ships to move them further away from their current route. Thank you. That is mostly a statement. Larry has a statement.
Larry O'Little, Omayonatic.
Larry O'Little, HTO, Grease Fjord.
I want to ask about if I were to tell the concern on the border of Nunavut Land Claim Area and the international area, if we are worried about European Space Agency dropping some of their tanks, fuel tank when they go to space. It happens every now and then. Would you have any say on it as a council? And the other issue, do you also deal with, who deals with maybe DFO when the ships come to Canada from Europe to north? Sometimes they carry something underneath them or some clams, like they go to the Great Lakes of Canada and introduce alien creatures underwater. It's a concern for some like me. And how do I join the council? Do I have to apply or hopefully get appointed? Like me?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Gubisinova for the Nunavut Marine Council. So, as I've mentioned, the council is present at these hearings to hear what the concerns are. We are recording those concerns, and especially with the symposium coming up, the symposium where the communities will have their say on what their worries are, what their recommendations are. This is especially important. So thank you for that. I've recorded your concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Larry. Oh, he's done. Charlie had another question. I do have two questions. What was recommended by federal government that the huge ships are said to use cheap something when we were holding meetings? Cheap fuel, and they said those fuels cause very dangerous pollution, sort of like battery acid being dumped into the ocean. The federal government said they had explained something, but they weren't going to start using it right away. They were going to find a better fuel. They had told them to use better fuel in the ocean. And that is my first question. This matter needs to be dealt with for sure. What's been done about that? That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kubisinova for the Nunavut Marine Council. I believe you're talking about the ban on the usage of heavy fuel oil. So the Nunavut Marine Council submitted a letter to the Ministers of Transport Canada and Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard on May 6, 2020, regarding the decision to ban heavy fuel oil. We talked about the Council's mandate, acknowledged the benefits of the ban on the use of carriage of heavy fuel oil as fuel by ships operating in the Arctic waters, recommended that the 10-year timeline for the application of the ban be considered. In the letter, the Council recognized the potential adverse economic implications of the ban for Arctic communities and local development, and requests that measures be developed to offset the adverse economic implications of the heavy fuel oil ban. And recommended that spill response capacity be reviewed considering the change in types of fuel used in the Canadian Arctic, and that associated capacity improvements be made. So in June 2020, the Council received a response from then Minister of Transport, Marc Garneau, that highlighted the work done by the Government of Canada regarding its impact assessment on the environmental and socioeconomic considerations related to the ban, and domestically with regard to spill response. The letter from the Minister further outlined the government's spill response system through the Oceans Protection Plan, and stated that the Government of Canada is, quote, ready and able to respond quickly to potential oil spills throughout Canadian waters, including in the Arctic. While the letter did not specifically address the recommendation put forward by the Council that the timeline for implementation by 2029 be reconsidered, the Minister noted that Transport Canada would be continuing to engage with key partners, including the institutions of public government, as part of its ongoing assessment of the potential impacts of the ban proposal through domestic implementation in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your great answer. I still have one last question. The little marine wildlife, something had started up here. When they go into the animal, it eats it and kills it, then infects another one. And so they can kill lots of fish, and apparently they had found one of these worms or organisms, and they had started something moving or starting. And Baffinland had said how many ships would be checked or tested. We asked if all ships were checked. They said no. They only checked some ships. They only check some of the ship's ballast water. And so I'm wondering if these marine organisms, with their names I don't know, if they go to seals, they start eating the seal, or if they go to seals, those types of parasites, have you done anything about that? That is my last question. Thank you. That's also outside the scope of our mandate, but you can get a response to this after. Thank you. And Larry had another statement to make.
Larry Outlet Grease Fjord. I will
HTO member.
I just wanted to ask, and you can tell me after the meeting, I mean, when we're on a break, about the, you seem to have some stuff that is very heavy duty with if you're talking to the Minister, Mark Arnold. So I was just encouraged, because we've had to deal with European Space Agency when they go launch a satellite. Their empty fuel tank is not really empty. It comes down to the water between Greenland and Greece, Ellesmere Island, and that's a very, very small corridor. And who knows what's going to happen in the future. So if there's an issue with that still, and you're aware or not, maybe I can talk to you more about it in detail. And also, I asked a question, how do I join the Nunavut Marine Council? Do I have to apply or be appointed?
Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kobisinov for the Nunavut Marine Council. So the council consists of, and I will show you the schematic. I hope you can see it well. The council is composed of the board members and commissioners. So if you are appointed to a board or to the commission, that is how you can become a part of the council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Naaman. How the question? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naaman Anwara, HTO, Pond Inlet. Your report was pretty good that the Canadian government have prepared for these ships the gas bill, that they're ready for gas spills, oil spills. But I do wish to ask, for example, if miners in Steensby, if Babylon goes through Steensby and they would ship 18 million tons per year, the ships would probably be bigger than your average cargo ships. And that area has reefs and multi-year ice. If a ship had grounded or hit multi-year ice, and the Canadian government doesn't have a lot of icebreakers, has this scenario been looked at? That is my question. Thank you. Go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kobisinova for the Nunavut Marine Council. As I mentioned, the council does not really deal with matters on a project-by-project basis. The council looks at the policies as a whole. So, but the scenario that you have mentioned, I believe that would be within the mandate of the Planning Commission and the Impact Review Board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Name it Nora HTO. It seems like she turned the question to NPC and NERB, so I'm asking you the same question. Thank you.
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Chair. Sharon Halowak, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. The Commission is not the organization or the agency that is mandated for the response for if there were oil spills or disasters. That would be the federal or territorial government. I hope that's answering your question. Probably not the answer you want, but it's not within our mandate or our authority. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you name it Neural HTO. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asol Kubisino for the Nunavut Marine Council. Yes, I apologize if it seemed that I redirected the question. I only indicated that the Council does not deal with projects, but rather a broad policy. And the project is something that organizations such as the Commission and the Impact Review Board look at. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other names. Elijah had his hand up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't have too many questions. I just want to show you something. We do deal with these matters too as Inuit, as hunters. The ocean can send noise a very long way. It doesn't have the same characteristics as the atmosphere. And so we had asked questions about this, why the narwhal had been frozen and what was the reason. And apparently off the coast of Greenland there was an oil exploration company that was blasting underwater, and apparently they were causing the narwhal to stay in the area and they were frozen in. And we had to kill over 600 narwhal. They were scared to go back out. I believe this matter needs to be taken into consideration with respect to how far noise travels, especially with oil companies that do blasting underwater. And I just wanted to relate that. Thank you. We don't have any names. Any committee members? Thank you. A round of applause. We will take a 15-minute break. We'll have lots of coffee and come back.
organization yet. Please state your name, your organization. Whenever you're ready, please.
Thank
you, Chair.
Commissioners,
community delegates, thank you for being with us. I have seen many of you over the years. You're always welcoming, and that makes our proceedings on any cause that much easier. I work for World Wildlife Fund. My name is Paul Kalit. We have an office in Iqaluit. We work with various groups, especially northern organizations. Thank you, Adrian, for doing the graphics on the screen. First of all, thank you. I have a hard time with laptops sometimes, so we do various things with various organizations and communities for those who need assistance, and we have come to the communities over the years. We are concerned. We are concerned about vessels, their disturbances to mammals. We're very much concerned about that. We are concerned about ships that use heavy oil. Different communities, we have worked with them in many aspects, especially in wildlife. We will continue to do so. Our organization have worked with environmental groups, and we have worked with Nunavut Planning Commission as well for a number of years. We have traveled to their proceedings, and we have seen maps, and many of them are related to our cause and concern. We come into communities to assist for those who ask, mainly HTOs in Nunavut. We have worked with them in many communities on various projects. Draft land use plan. We know how valuable and how much it can be. Nunavut Planning Commission has been working tirelessly for this cause, and we are very glad that it's in progress, and it will be of great help to many people and to many communities, because your environment is very important to you. And the companies throughout Nunavut should be aware what our priorities are and our concerns are. And it appears that they are less concerned at times, especially towards wildlife. And on the other hand, we worked hard dealing with mineral and mining companies. They will not stop anymore, and their strength is gaining momentum, and they have ways to get their way done. So we're concerned about environment, And most times, people in these organizations who are concerned about environment have not much support, and federal government appears to side with established companies most of the time. Planning will progress, and it says that we have to plan, and it also states that whatever is entrenched, it's amendable within 7 years. So that's a very good aspect of this plan. And Minister of Federal Government at times have vetoed, and even when they say there will be a moratorium, this is just a saying now. There's a huge concern about caribou and its habitat. You have voiced your concerns many times to these species, calving grounds, post-calving grounds, and their youngs, caribou crossings, their habitat, their food sources. And you have identified these areas very well. They are well documented. And if we can assist in any way to strengthen these concerns, we are here. People are concerned about these species, their food sources. And we are willing to assist any way we can. The plan you did in 2016, as you worked on the draft, and the caribou everywhere has been concerned. And today, they are more endangered than ever before, everywhere. As people say in northern Baffin, we are now under quota system. This is very stressful to many Inuit. We need to rectify this situation, and it appears we are paying a price for something that we did not create. And yet, at the same time, the mining companies appear to have their way even at the calving grounds. And this is affecting our food sources. And we need to plan something that has substance and look at what people are coming in to use our lands, and they should be curbed in such a way to stabilize their. And the plan you are working on should be very strong, concentrating on what is most concerned to the people, which is caribou, our food source. And the plan you are working on will eventually become a policy. This will be of great help, say, to caribou and other wildlife species for us and our future. And other concerns are the mining company saying we have our own measures related to wildlife, to caribou. But this is not how it really should be. It's not a protection to the caribou. And it's more geared so they can operate in such a way without losing too much time. The food, our food source is very important. So their operations needs a lot of improvement. We are aware that they are very strong to work with, and the best way to really get handle of this is through Nunavut Planning Commission, and Nunavut publics can at least have a say. We have worked on and indicated that travel through various time of years, say in Western Arctic, they go through a lot of caribou or ice crossing, and that's very important to that region because they do travel from mainland to the islands, and that their route should be protected, especially in the Kitikmeot region and high Arctic. These species travel island to island through ice routes, and we support your concerns about ice-breaking ships that would travel through sea ice, disturbing caribou ice crossings. And we really should be concerned, and if they intend to travel, there should be an advance for them to travel through, but regardless, there should be no ice breaking on ice for caribou crossings. And the other problem appears to be Nunavut Planning Commission. And in the plans you have been working on, we fully support that, bird sanctuaries and such, and that no disturbance should be there by people, even for tourism industry. And we should continue to strive how and when people are traveling through nesting sites. So we are concerned about that. We know the calving grounds, even if they're abandoned for a while, they will be used again. We all agree as different organizations, we are battling something monumental, and we will beat it in the calving grounds, nesting site, bird sanctuaries, and so forth, abandoned, but always coming back to the site. Perhaps it's not a main part in your planning sessions what you want to put into the plan. We have to worry about harvesters, especially communities where there's a mine nearby. We have heard that your river system have been damaged. Spawning times have been interrupted. And there should be a way to protect these areas. So plan wisely, think, and look at marine species, especially the fish. They're food source for many people. And we should be aware that the environment, fishing areas are protected and not damaged. We know we could protect these areas everywhere. And they are our major food source as well. I know the planning process will be of great help to the people of Nunavut. It will guide us what can be used as economy, what economic ventures could appear in each community. And we are continuing, and if you have any concerns, talk to Nunavut Planning Commission, be aware of their deadline for submissions. We thank you, the community members. You have voiced your concerns well. You wanted to see certain things come to pass, and you did that well. So at this point, I just will say thank you now for making this presentation to you. Thank you. And we will follow the procedure. Larry?
Thank you,
Larry Outlook HTO Committee.
Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Chair, thank you. That Paul is being able to make a presentation, for instance, walrus haulouts. We all have concerns about walruses, and we want no one to bother walrus haulouts, and we should make this very clear in planning procedure, so these sites, even to Inuit, would not be able to go into that area, say complete ban. And there used to be a lot of walruses around Greasefjord, and for some reason they disappeared from our area. We were quite sad, and we missed the species. And cruise ships and other vessels, for instance, National Geographic documentary, they like to do these documentaries disturbing, even if they think it's a serene document, and they disturb these sites. I just wanted to make an example using walrus sites. Thank you. Thank you. Paul Kalik, World Wildlife Fund. Your comments are good to hear. and protection of wildlife and whatever species they may be. Nunavut Wildlife Fund and Nunavut Planning Commission are working well together. Thank you, Chair. I have no more further question. Perhaps registered guests, registered participants from the public, Pond Inlet, community members. State your name.
Jomi Inugoyunga.
Tomi.
Mitimatering Mirtoyunga.
I'm from Pond Inlet.
Ukioktak to me Nerjutivu, Sinikita Katakoneron Lamangata. Matuktokotivu Kongasidak Sukta Katakonerduti. Kadlunani Nerjuti Young Mati. Surok se tuin nakatang matasinik tito yuni. Masinik tito ni kuvini nariyak sa tiakon ni katang matatako to kanok doktor yagari sinik tito katak
in the past for research purposes are not good to eat. Just a comment. It appears there's none. Clap again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Caleb Sangoya, Pond Inlet resident. One of the elders here now, while my father was still alive, he told me, "You're the next in line to be the elder." I thank him beforehand. I thank you, NPC. You're our fellow human beings. I will talk about 3 elders' traditional knowledge for you, so they'll become your base. Through Inuit traditional knowledge, if a wildlife is caribou, goose, narwhal, there are terminology. When they first arrive, caribou, narwhal, geese. The first ones you are not to hunt. I think community members all know that. Regardless if it's from Kivardak, High Arctic, Little Mute, that is traditional Inuit knowledge. As Inuit, we always to follow that rule, but it's getting harder to hunt. And the sites for where land is planned for, like parks, we have a park on by an island on this side, and we have a mine, and we have hunters. We have ships, we have naval ships, mining ships, and cruise ships. Inuit knowledge, the first ones when they arrive aren't supposed to be disturbed. I want to give that to you, to the community members, and to the governments. You guys need to follow these rules too, along with the scientific and biological studies. When wildlife first come into the area, you're not to disturb them. So as Inuit, we had been scolded, and we were told, if you hunt the next ones, the wildlife won't leave the area. So the allocation committee will give to you from the government, from the wildlife board, when they are giving you if Inuit knowledge is not part of it, I think you would make Inuit knowledge part of it, so I'm giving it to you. And the other thing, Inuit traditional knowledge, if it's caribou, bird, marine wild, nobody is to just leave them behind. And these researchers and those leasing lands and the hunters, none of them should leave game behind. It can be a cause for the wildlife to leave, especially with char. And there used to be a whale, narwhal, there used to be a walrus hollow near Hull Beach, and somebody had left a dead walrus there, and walrus don't go there. Same here, same situation here, and apparently the same situation in Clyde River. They had left a dead walrus there, and the walrus didn't come back. You can't just leave wildlife behind. You can't just leave char behind in a lake. Narwhal should not be discarded. They should not just take the tusk. Inuit traditional knowledge, to you, you are the keepers of the Inuit traditional knowledge. Inuit traditional knowledge is included in the agreements. It should not just be a rubber stamp. It should be followed religiously. In the third item, there should be no conflict between humans over wildlife. For example, by fishers, miners, hunters, they should not be saying negative things. This is part of the Inuit traditional knowledge. Those who abuse wildlife, the community members would get together to discuss them. I had a grandfather who was Aralu. He was the youngest son, and his father had told them to hold meetings if somebody had broken their rules. And we need to bring this back. Through Inuit traditional knowledge, we say we have no more narwhal. The world heard that, so they cut off sales of narwhal products. And I want you to keep that in your head for those HTO members. And I say that sometimes once in a while, that we were told not to leave game behind. There are pictures with narwhal with just their heads cut off. This is breaking the laws of Inuit traditional knowledge. You are the planning committee. You have the most authority. We are Inuit. If we are not here, there would be no agreement. If we were not Inuit, there would be no planning committee. This is inside the Nunavut land claim. It needs to stop being a rubber stamp. But you need to make sure Inuit traditional knowledge is followed. Thank you. Yep, absolutely. That's why we're here, to listen to your statements. And we're still recording your statements and recording them. We will add this to our information to think about. Thank you for your time. And Caleb was the last one to speak as we're closing up. We will have 3 minutes, and Sharon will say what's happening next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. So we've been pretty lenient with the time for closing remarks, or with the whole public hearing, but we are sticking to the timeline outlined in the agenda for the closing remarks. So for the signatory parties, they have 15 minutes, and we will be timing the closing remarks for each community. You have 3 minutes collective, so whoever's going to say your closing remarks, you have 3 minutes, and I will be holding up our signs when you're down to 1 minute, and so we finish up in a timely manner, and everybody will get an opportunity, as outlined in the agenda, for the closing remarks, and we're going to start the closing remarks. 1 second. We'll follow the order of the agenda for closing remarks. So we'll go back to the day one, and the first closing remarks. Bear with me for 1 moment, please. Will be the hamlet of and hunters and trappers of Grise Fjord, and then it'll be Resolute, Arctic Bay, Pond, Clyde. Then the Kikitani Inuit Association, Government of Canada, Government of Nunavut, Water Board, NTI. Apologies, NTI. You're at the bottom of the page and it's late. Sorry, Water Board, Marine Council, World Wildlife Fund. All right, so we'll proceed, and I will be starting the watch. Give me 1 second, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I understand your statements. And we'll just follow. We'll start with the communities, Grise Fjord. Either one of you can go ahead. Marty can go ahead with the closing remarks. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, you have 3 minutes for the HTO, 3 minutes for the hamlet, so total of 6 minutes for each community. Thank you.
Marty, you can go ahead. Lisa will go next. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Marty Cloto, Hamlet of Grise Fjord. First, I would like to thank our fellow panel, along with the invited guests. We understand a lot better how we can forward our works. We do want to assist with NPCs procedures for them to complete their project successfully. Yeah, we had wanted to hear what other community members' concerns were. For example, ecotourism. Whether they had any concerns regarding ships and what duties that we need to deal with respect to sailboats and decision making. We appreciate that we were given something to think about. Yep, we've got some tasks to deal with from here, and we will be beginning to plan, and we will use the government and others for assistance with respect to tourism, shipping, or even dealing with waters. And the helicopters and those who come up here in ships that bring submersibles and drones and other types of transportation used by ships. The details who will live in our communities, we will begin to deal with these, and we're grateful for that. And we'll try to make sure we will try and make our project succeed in writing, and we will try and make ammunition with respect to tourism. Thank you. Good night. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa Ningyo, I will HTO. I wish to thank the NPC especially for being visible, and how yourself is great, and I know that the members from the other communities will be able to provide strong support, and this is great to see. I'm very grateful that we have been given many tools to work with. We will have good expectations for the future, and we will have a solid base now, and we will know what other options we have to work at things. And we have seen other departments who are able to do other things, and we understand we can go to other places. I really appreciate all this. I'm very proud of you all. Especially you elected officials have done lots of work, and you have huge mandates. And as Caleb said, with respect to Inuit traditional, they should really be used as a base, and they're still useful. We lived them in the past, and today we're not necessarily using them as much, and so we're starting to suffer a little. And that's how it's going to be. We won't be able to hold back progress. That's how it was going to be, and we believe that. But we can't support the wildlife. We will try to work together to support them. If that doesn't work, it won't work. I really appreciate my time is being too long now. I want to stop. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Greasefjord Hamlet. Resolute Bay Hamlet. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Mark Amawali from Resolute, Mayor. Thank you for inviting us here to the community, and they were welcoming. Thank you. Our community. I will switch to English.
To work on for Resolute with our land use plan for fishing area, caribou habitat, and all in the marine area, and along with our municipal boundaries and what we might need to see and do to help Nunavut with water shortages, maybe, because we do have something like 10, 14 lakes on our municipal grounds, so we don't have shortage of water in Resolute for our community. But somewhere along, maybe we could help out some communities, maybe somewhere in the future. And with the traffic in Northwest Passage being more looked at we as the community members of this North Baffin region have to look at working together and finding more possible solutions to help Nunavut and our wildlife so that we could have a sustainable future for our grandchildren and their grandchildren and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, member from the HCO. Can you hear me?
You're good.
Microphone's not working. Can you get that mic, Chris, or someone?
I killed the other one. I apologize. I wish to thank the Planning Commission and their staff and my co-workers. They help me. Thank you. And the committee members are very welcoming. And the people that we met with, I appreciate all the you said. I've learned a lot from here. And understand what hardships you're facing, and I now know that on top of the world, I believe we need to be working closer together for us to be stronger together. And I thank the people who had here to give presentations, the government, federal government, and all the other organizations, NTI, QIA. Well, all of you, I may miss someone, I apologize. We're not done with the planning process yet, and understand better what we'll need to do when we get home. And we will be working on our plan before January 10 and over past January 10. As the plan may change once in a while, as new things will keep emerging, and so I believe the plan will change in some aspects. And we won't stop working on the plan. And so I'm just saying thank you. And this is not just for us, we're planning for our children too. And I appreciate and I thank you all for the work we're doing. Thank you. Arctic Bay, Hamlet. Urayo Nakatalvik, Arctic Bay Hamlet. I will send something that I want noticed. Inuit traditional knowledge hasn't been very visible lately. Which organizations will let others use Inuit traditional knowledge? I believe Kiai had written to people, organizations about using Inuit traditional knowledge. these workplaces, when they need to use Inuit traditional knowledge, they don't feel like the exact Inuit traditional knowledge when they're trying to use it in the workplace. Who will be able to lend out the Inuit traditional knowledge? I'm explaining this to NPC, how we can bring Inuit traditional knowledge to the forefront by writing it down. I think very much I had attended an NPC meeting a long time ago. I believe you guys weren't on the board, or even the chair wasn't on the board. And during this last round of consultations, are you hearing Inuit statements? And I just want to bring that up. I'm very grateful according to what I heard here. Thank you. HTO or Sakesi had wanted to speak. Okay, go ahead. I am Sakesi Kano from Arctic Bay, Helmut. Yep, Inuit traditional knowledge I have statements about. And I seem to know that all the males here, I believe I'm the oldest. I believe I saw a woman who was older than me yesterday. Inuit traditional knowledge, I don't think is used by our governments. I don't think it has any authority. They do say that Bafferland, that they use Inuit traditional knowledge. And they say there will be an elder there who speaks of Inuit traditional knowledge. I don't know how that situation is. But Inuit traditional knowledge always needs to be there. It says Inuit traditional knowledge. For example, Caleb was talking a little bit about Inuit traditional knowledge, and it was like he was talking to children. Inuit traditional knowledge. We were told not to use something that you had only heard about to try it that way. You need to actually see what's there and then try it. If you had heard something about it, it won't get you anywhere. You need to actually see it, take part in it. And that's what we need to do. Wildlife, they said, we can't call dead animals as waste. They don't stay as waste. Dead wildlife, when they die, and they become like garbage. But when they deteriorate, they fertilize the earth. It's the same as it's like when you see narwhal bones, it's not garbage. It can use to fertilize the earth. What had been a living thing is not garbage. It can fertilize the soil. It's these things that are garbage. And that Inuit traditional knowledge was in place before then. We could be fearful of someone. We could be taught. We could be fearful of someone. We're not using Inuit traditional knowledge anymore, and nobody's scared of anybody else now. Using Inuit traditional knowledge, if we say no, Inuit traditional knowledge is about Inuit needing to work together. That's it. I could say a lot of things about Inuit traditional knowledge, but we don't have a lot of time. Somebody else's turn.
We're going to follow our procedures. Please stick to 3 minutes as you speak. Susan Barnabas, HTO, and Hamlet Council. I appreciate Nunavut Planning Commission for the invitation for us to participate in this process. Delegates come from the communities. And we're going back home with something to discuss, and we know we're going to enjoy solving what we have learned and how we could resolve things before January 10. Thank you, Pond Inlet. It's Mataliuk, Hamlet upon Inlet. Thank you. Thank you from Hamlet upon Inlet. Thank you for coming into the community. We thank you, Nunavut Planning Commission. And I would advise, come to the community, and community population would greatly appreciate your presence. And the ballets are being assisted by your presence. Thank you. Thank you for being billeted to the community population. And the speakers, the presenters, thank you all. You have been a great source of help in relations to Nunavut planning. Joshua Idlaut Hamlet upon Inlet. Thank you all. Thank you for representing your community, your organization. And thank you for coming into the community. I know at times it was a little stressful, but let's clap, enjoy. Elijah Panikpakuchuk. I appreciate all of you being here. Some of the topics were very interesting, especially our chair, very calm. And just briefly say something on this topic in relation to animals. As youngsters, we weren't very bright at times. We had to be guided by our elders quite a bit. We harvested some animals that did not please our elders, and some fish, other wildlife, and I have seen polar bears being shot at, not to kill but to deter, and this has caused problems to these species where they no longer fear anything. And they have a hard of hearing after a while. They say that polar bear have very sensitive hearing to loud. So Inuit Kawimayay Tokangat will eventually one day be visible. Thank you all, especially our presiding chair. Thank you. Charlie HTO. I appreciate, thank you for those who have put me into my seat at the HTO. Your concerns are my concerns as well as the public in this community. We have been mindful. I appreciate, I don't know how many I have suggested to become policy in other areas, especially national parks. I think it was established some years back. And there are still a lot of lesser snow geese as a result of that park being established. And you can see evidence of a park being established because wildlife is in abundance. I'm also an elder in this community, although my older brother is across the table, and as youngster, I know many of you, so I want to tell you this. Eating country food, eating together, it's a lot healthier, and you have better teeth when you eat country food, not processed food. Eating is a great part of, eating with people. I still have 5 minutes, so thank you for coming in. Come to my house for food. Thank you all for coming in. I would like to say thank you, HTO, first of all. I want to appreciate and thank you for people who have put me into my seat. I would like to do my best to represent you. Nunavut Planning Commission and community delegates and other organization bodies who have attended these proceedings and our communities. Today, things are much harder now. We have many problems that we are facing. And we have learned a great deal what our responsibilities are, what we should be doing, and other bodies as well. We are working very hard. It's stressful to this community. We must work very hard to achieve what we believe in as we progress. What concerns us is not just the environment. It's our lifestyle and who we are, the way we do things. And if we were to lose these, it cannot be replaced, not even by money. And we should be as we are. So I just thank you now, all of you. Thank you, Chair Laimikipalok Hamlet. I saw you as a youngster. I see you again as an old guy. Thank you. And when I was told that Nunavut Planning Commission was bringing in people to this community, I didn't know and what to expect at the time when I sit down here. I was very confused what we were supposed to be doing. So I have learned a great deal. And this exercise was worthwhile. I'd like to have another one like this. But there is always but. The community members, I'm here, Clyde, Resolute Bay, Pond Inlet, Arctic Bay. Your words are very strong and encouraging. And it appears that the work ahead of us will be hard and productive. Look at our community. And we are having problems. There are so much traffic in our area, a lot of disturbances, and I'm starting to understand. And I have learned at this proceedings what we are facing today, and with Moses and their family, I'm able to be with my family. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Nathan Akila, Clyde River, HTO. Yeah, I arrived here, and I appreciate being here. I have heard many things that helped me. Thank you, both levels of government, NTI, Nunavut Water Board. And thank you, interpreters, for assisting us. And the people of Pond Inlet, we have been invited many times for meals, welcoming. And I don't know when I'll be back here. So I heard Inuit Kauimai talking for the first time from my elder as a youngster. I didn't know much about animals then and how to handle them. I killed a little bird one time, and I was in real trouble, and I was told, you cannot eat this little bird, but since I kill it, they make me eat it anyway. So I have learned a great deal about Inuit Kauimai when I was forced to eat this bird that I killed. So we have to learn the hard way.
So I'll probably tell people not to hunt snow buntings. I'm very grateful that we were brought here to the community, and they welcomed us very well. And our fellow committee panel, I thank you. Thank you. Yep, we'll give the Tungavik people a chance. Thank you. You can start any time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Thank you all. And we're glad that we were invited to the community, and the community members have been welcoming. I apologize. I used to be a great Inuktitut speaker, but after 3 years I haven't really spoken in Inuktitut, and I sort of have lost of my language. I would have spoken in Inuktitut, but I will speak it in Inuktitut. Perhaps I will talk about it again in Inuktitut. I apologize to our elders.
Thanks the Commission for the opportunity to share our views at this important public hearing on the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. NTI has participated in the public hearings in Cambridge Bay, Rankin Inlet, and Thompson, Manitoba prior to attending this one. Our closing remarks reiterate what we have shared and what we have heard this week. Nunavut Tungavik has listened closely to the views and information shared by all participants and has paid close attention to the presentations from those from this region who will be impacted by the Nunavut Land Use Plan, including the hunters and trappers organizations, hamlets, and the Qikiqtani Inuit Association. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated has heard clearly that protecting wildlife habitat, and addressing marine vessels are issues that are very important to Inuit in this region. Nunavut Tungavik has stressed that Nunavut Land Use Plan must both ensure healthy, vital animal populations, but also provide economic benefits for Inuit as a whole, as provided for in the Nunavut Agreement. It is necessary that Inuit rights to wildlife and harvesting and Inuit-owned lands both be equally recognized in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated welcomes the Government of Canada's support in principle that the Nunavut Land Use Plan may apply a distinct approach to Inuit-owned lands. Inuit have negotiated defined rights on behalf of Inuit within the Nunavut Agreement. These include becoming landowners to a small portion of land in the Nunavut settlement area. It also includes a detailed process to protect land and wildlife when both Inuit and government wish to do so. And this includes the right to negotiate Inuit impact benefit agreements. Nunavut Tungavik wants to ensure that these rights are not diminished due to the implementation of a land use plan. In finalizing the Nunavut Land Use Plan, the Commission must respect the roles of Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the regional Inuit associations as landowners and managers on behalf of Inuit for Inuit-owned lands. Flexible approaches in the land use plan must be adopted to support Inuit decision-making at the regional and community levels. Subsurface Inuit-owned lands are only 1.8% of all Nunavut lands, and Nunavut Tungavik wishes to retain the possibility of mineral development subject to Inuit social and cultural aspirations. We must continue discussions with all Inuit organizations, governments, and other participants to move forward with a first-generation Nunavut land use plan. The Nunavut Agreement states that the land use plan should reflect the priorities and values of the residents of its planning regions. Nunavut Tungavik supports this planning principle, and we will work to engage with Inuit on the land use plan. We encourage all the community representatives to continue to provide their knowledge and views in this process. It is important that we provide the best information and evidence to the Commission to assist them in making the best recommendations. At this hearing, NTI, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, has listened closely to the information provided and will consider this information as we work on our submissions. I am glad for the opportunity to listen to the submissions of participants at this important hearing. Recognizing MPC's proposed timeline to provide a revised plan and a final recommendation by the spring of 2023, other important work related to land and marine management will continue. For example, as mentioned yesterday, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated will continue its advocacy, strengthen its services and programs, and develop corresponding strategies relating to the marine environment and the resulting impact to Inuit. NTI is in the beginning stages of developing a Nunavut-specific marine framework. This framework will be intended to influence how Inuit inform policies and regulations and ways in which Inuit can be involved in decision-making. We heard yesterday a recommendation that Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated engage with regulatory authorities to explore ways in which Inuit at the community level can be further involved in decisions as to whether or not cruise ships traverse within Nunavut around our communities and Inuit hunting grounds. We also heard that Inuit, by way of hunters and trappers organizations, desire a greater role in monitoring shipping in Nunavut waters. While we recognize this is outside of the land use planning process to a certain extent, we commit to further exploring how Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated can do better to engage the hunters and trappers organizations in this work. The Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated Wildlife and Environment Department will be contacting the regional wildlife organizations and hunters and trappers organizations in the near future to discuss concerns about marine monitoring, and tourism in marine areas. We heard from Ausuitop delegates that land use plan must also consider appropriate protections for umingmait, which NTI will further consider for its final submission. This week, we also heard comments about community of Clyde River seeking a moratorium of the seismic survey in Baffin Bay and Davis Strait. We applaud the work and success of the community in bringing this important issue forward all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada and winning a case that sets important laws on the duty to consult